Remembering is easy. I use them all the time. The hardest part is understanding Raven's words, because I'm seeing them from the other side, and he's quick and I miss a lot. Sometimes I get only 1 or 2 words out of the whole lot, and misunderstand him something awful. It's still a lot more understanding than he ever had in the past, said Father Brennan. You'll be having proper conversations with him next. That's what I'm hoping, she added hesitantly. Can I ask a favour, Father? I know you've done a lot, but there's something else I'd really like. 'Tis yours before you ask, you know that. Will you show me some letters? Will you write Raven's name for me, and my name, and Isaac's, and the words mother and father and sister and brother? It would be a pleasure, he replied. Opening Isaac's chest again, Marnie took out several sheets of parchment and the leather case with ink and pens. Father Brennan finished his bread and cheese and cleared a space on the table for the writing things. Almost with reverence, because he had never seen such a fine writing set, he opened the case and took out the bottle of black ink. He removed the stopper, set the ink by the parchment, and selected a quill. Now then, Marnie, he said, pushing back his sleeves and carefully dipping the quill in the ink. What was it you wanted? Your name and Raven's. Wait a moment, Father. She looked across at Raven sitting outside on the doorstep. There was a bowl of small pebbles on the table, and Marnie removed one of the stones and threw it softly at Raven's back. He turned around, and she signed to him to come in and watch. Then she noticed the surprise on the priest's face, and grinned. It's the only way I can get his attention, she explained. We've got wondrous deft at throwing things at one another. It saves a lot of walking, though he can call me if he wants. Father Brennan shook his head. And to think that I used to bellow myself hoarse trying to make him come and do what he was told, he said. Oh, Marnie, I must have grieved the Almighty something terrible the rages I got into, thinking Raven was just ignoring me, just being disobedient and contrary. I even hit him sometimes when he was a child for not coming when I called. No wonder he got into such rages himself and ran away. The world must have been hellish confusing for him, and I didn't help. You helped him a great deal, Father. You were the only one who showed him any love at all, and I'm not exactly patient with him all the time. 'Tis hard talking in hand words, because we don't have enough of them. I have to think out everything I want to say before I start, or I get halfway through and don't have a word I need and have to wipe that lot and start all over again. My head aches at times, having to think so hard. Sometimes I get mortal tired of talking with my hands and I sit on them and won't say anything. Oh, don't tell me such things, said Father Brennan, with a twinkle in his eye. You'll damage my notion that you're a saint. Then he bent his head over the parchment and wrote in large clear letters, Marnie. That's your name, he said, showing it to her. For a long time Marnie studied her name. Then very carefully she made the sign she had decided on. The first letter of her name, traced with her forefinger over her heart. Then she said to Raven, Marnie is my name, what people call me. You are woman, Raven said. There are many women. Everyone has a different name. My name is Marnie. As always, she spoke as she signed, and Father Brennan observed Raven's reaction. He saw how Raven watched Marnie's lips, as well as the graceful movements of her hands, saw how the youth's face was solemn and attentive, comprehending everything. The priest shook his head, marvelling, hardly able to believe that this was the mad raver of Torquura, for years flogged for his devils and mindless savagery. Slowly, Raven lifted his right hand and traced the letter M on his own breast. Then he signed, with a tender smile, Good day, woman Marnie. Father Brennan took the parchment from Marnie's hand and dipped the pen in the ink again. Raven, he wrote. Again Marnie studied the first letter and made it over her heart and said to Raven, Your name is Raven. No other man is called Raven. Only you are Raven." For a few moments they stood gazing at one another, smiling, as if they had discovered something wonderful. It was then that Father Brennan realized the depth of the power that lay between them. It was an understanding that went far beyond the finite language of their hands, a soul unity, sacred and rare and beautiful. Then Marnie leaned on the table again by Father Brennan. "Could you write some more words, please?" she asked. He nodded, his eyes moist. "What is it you'd like next?" "Mother and Father, and then Isaac, if you don't mind. We talk of him, and it'll be easier if he's named. Perhaps you could write the name Pierce, too. It gets confusing sometimes trying to explain different people." "I'm sure it does," smiled the priest, bending over the parchment. "All your flutterings would try the patience of the good Lord himself." For some time he wrote, and Marnie watched, entranced. Never had she seen the writing of letters, and it filled her with longing to have that skill herself. When he had written all she requested, Father Brennan put down the pen, blew the ink dry, and explained the words. "Now, that word there is mother. The first letter is the same as that of your own name," he said. "That's father next to it, then sister and brother, and here is Isaac, and that is Pierce." Marnie studied the parchment, repeating the words, remembering the shapes of the names. "Thank you, Father," she said. "Thank you with all my heart." "You're welcome. Is there anything else you're wanting?" She placed the sheet of parchment carefully on the table, smoothing it with her hands. "Actually," she said, "there is. There's something I'd like you to do if you'll agree." "What is it?" "I'm missing church, Father. I went every Sabbath in Fernley. I've not heard any of your fine sermons yet. Can't I come to church?" "Nothing would give me greater joy than to see you and Raven there. But the people of Torquura, to be honest with you, Marnie, they're still suspicious. I know you've done as I said and left them time to come to their senses, but they still have bad feelings in their hearts. I've tried to explain to them about what you said in the church, but it's hard, seeing as you told me things I cannot tell to others. Folks still are wary of you. If you want to come to church, I'll not tell you to stay away, but it'll be hard for you, putting up with the whispers and the stares." "I could abide them." "No doubt you could. You're a brave soul, to be sure." "I'll see you in church then, Father." "I'll ring the bells early and give you time to get there," he said, smiling. "And now I'd better go and start writing my sermon, since it's to have your critical hearing." As he was about to leave, Marnie remembered something he had said earlier. She asked, "Father, when Pierce Isherwood said he had friends in high places, you said you did as well. Who's your friend? Someone higher than the judge?" "Aye, considerably higher." "Who is it then?" "Can't you guess?" He chuckled, his blue eyes dancing. "'Tis the Almighty himself, Marnie. The Almighty himself." Marnie and Raven reached the top of the hill and stood for a few moments looking down at Torquura. People were already gathering under the trees in the churchyard, talking before they went inside through the beautiful little porch. Raven's footsteps dragged, and he touched Marnie's arm. His face was pale and strained, and his eyes wore the haunted look she had not seen all summer. "They will not hurt you," said Marnie. "We will sit in the big house, and I will tell you what Father Brennan says. All the people will look at him. They will not look at you, not hurt you." But Raven drew back, lifelong memories flooding over him, of all those people crowded there, and pain. Firmly Marnie took his hand. He looked at her and shook his head. At that moment they were seen, and all the people pointed at them. Raven turned and fled. Marnie watched him go, then feeling incredibly alone, she faced the crowded churchyard. Slowly, but with deliberate steps, She went down the grassy slope towards them. They all stared. Women whispered behind raised hands, and children asked questions and were hushed. At the edge of the gathering, Marnie stopped. Every pair of staring eyes was cold. Every mouth set grim. Every face bitter with malice and accusation. The very air seemed thick with hate. Marnie's heart hammered painfully. She wanted to run after Raven, but her feet felt rooted to the ground, and she could only stare back, her tongue dry in her mouth, her face ashen. It was almost a relief when a woman spoke, though her voice was harsh. "I never thought you'd have the gall to show your face around here again, Widow Isherwood," she said. Marnie tried to speak, but could not. She licked her lips and tried to calm her heart. "We don't want the likes of you in our church," said a man, stepping forward. "We don't want people who cast curses." "I never cursed anyone," said Marnie. "You cursed your husband and he died. There'll be some of us what heard your confession," said another woman, holding tight to her husband's arm. "You didn't hear a confession," said Marnie. "What did we hear then?" someone called. "A recipe for love?" There was harsh laughter. "Aye, she'd know all the recipes for that," said a youth, grinning, his face red and leering. "She was holding Raver's hand when she came, like lovers they were." "Jezebel!" shrieked a woman, and others took up the cry. "Go back to your evil house, where you killed your husband and took a mad boy to his bed," shouted a man. "Go on, afore we hang you." Marnie stood her ground. "I'm going to church," she said. "You'll not put a foot in this church," cried an old man, spit dribbling down his whiskery chin. "This be the church of gentle and good folks, not for the likes of you." "For gentle and good folks, is it?" roared a voice, and Father Brennan came around the corner, his prayer book and Bible in his hands. His face was red with anger, and his blue eyes were blazing. He stood on the porch step and glared at them all. "Well then," he said, "let's sort out exactly who can come. Step forward, all those who are gentle. In case you're wondering, gentle has several meanings. There's the meaning of the good birth, the noble family, which none of us belong to, excepting for one who married a lord. Gentle also means kindly, tender and mild. There's a softness about a gentle soul, a politeness, if you like. I don't see too many gentle folk about here. But if you'd like to argue with me, step into the porch. No gentle folk? Oh, well then, we'll have to try for the good ones. Now, good's another interesting word. It holds a host of meanings. Fine, enjoyable, obedient, of moral excellence. Now, wouldn't you think that would cover just about everyone here?" "Aye," they yelled, warming to the idea. "We all be good, Father." "Well now," said Father Brennan, looking worried, "there's just one little fly in the ointment. There's an embarrassing bit here in the Holy Scripture where Christ says no one is good, save the Almighty Father himself. I'm sorry to be the bringer of that bad news, but it wipes out every single one of us. So we'd best all sit down where we are, and I'll deliver my sermon out here, which is the only place we have a right to be." There was a stunned silence. Then a man asked, sounding bewildered, "But what are we going to do with our fine church, Father, if we can't go inside?" "I never said we couldn't go inside," said Father Brennan. "You folks said that, when you said only the gentle and the good could go in there. Are you changing your blessed minds now? Is the qualification different now for going in? The humble, maybe? The poor in spirit? The merciful? The peacemakers? The ones who love their neighbours, even if those neighbours happen to be a little peculiar? Are those the qualifications now?" Silent, they stared at the ground. Father Brennan added quietly, "I'm thinking we can all go in. All of us. And not because we're good, but because God is. Also, because I spent the last 2 days writing my sermon, and I didn't do it for nothing. This is the end of CD 4. The story will continue on CD 5. CD 5. They filed in, very quiet, and would not look at the priest as they went past. Marnie came in last of all. "I was thinking that was your sermon, Father," she whispered, smiling, and he grinned. Marnie stood on the stone floor with all the people of Torquura, and no one dared move away from her, or to whisper or stare. There was hardly a murmur during the service, and Marnie listened to the sermon more rapt than anyone. It was based on her favourite piece of scripture, the story of the Good Samaritan, the true neighbour. Father Brennan did a fine job of it, and afterwards 2 of the women actually said good morning to Marnie, though a smile was a bit beyond them. Father Brennan walked some of the way back with Marnie. As they skirted the corner of the churchyard, they passed some broken headstones, almost lost in the long grass. "Whose are those?" asked Marnie, stopping to look at them. "They're the graves of the unfortunate, not judged worthy to be buried in the graveyard," said Father Brennan. "The graves of the unknown, the paupers and criminals. Some call it villains' ground. It's unconsecrated." Marnie said, "I suppose Isaac's grandmother lies hereabouts." "I think this is her grave," said Father Brennan, bending down and pushing aside long grass and daisies. There was a simple stone cross, with the name Eilis Isherwood. "Aye, this is it," he said, standing up again. "No dates, Marnie, just her name. She died young, if I remember aright. One of the old women in the village told me about her, not long after I came here. I'd noticed the cottage on my walks, and wondered why it was empty, seeing as the cove it's in is so pretty." "I wonder what she did wrong," said Marnie. "To be tried as a witch and burned." "Probably little, beyond being different," said the priest. "But being different is a terrible crime to be guilty of." Marnie gathered up some daisies from the long grass and placed a bunch of them against the headstone. "I've been thinking about Pierce Isherwood," she said, "and why he wants Eilis's house. I'm thinking it's not the house at all that he wants, but the land it's on. He wants the cove." "And why is that?" "I remember hearing talk when I was working on the Isherwood estate. Before he died, Sir William talked of owning nothing but sheep, thousands of them, and shipping out the wool. I wondered about it because I didn't know what they meant by shipping out. But I think I understand now. Sometimes I see ships go by, their sails so fine and proud, and fast with the wind. A big ship like that would carry a mighty lot of wool, wouldn't it? More than a team of wagons drawn by horses. Maybe if the Isherwoods wanted to sell a lot of wool, and owned the cove, they could get a ship to come here and pick the wool up." "I think you may be right," murmured Father Brennan. "There's no other port in these parts with easy access from their land, and the people of Torquura wouldn't let ships in their bay, chasing out the fish and ruining their fishing business. But your little cove, if you're right, then the whole Isherwood business depends on their owning it. You could sell it for a fortune." "But I don't want to sell." "Well, that's your choice. But if you change your mind, don't make a deal with Pierce Isherwood until you've talked it over with me. I'll do some inquiring and find out what is a fair price." "There's no fair price, Father. I'm not selling." Father Brennan shook his head and smiled to himself, and they began walking on. "Why isn't Raven with you today?" asked the priest. "He saw all the people and was afraid." "And weren't you afraid?" "Aye, I was terrified." "But you still came." I wouldn't have missed it for anything, Father. Even before we got in the church, you were grand. And your sermon I'll remember forever." He laughed softly and said, "There was someone grand there, Marnie, lass, but it wasn't me." Chapter 18. Marnie plaited back her hair and tied it with the blue ribbon from Isaac's chest. She was wearing the blue dress she had been married in, its long sleeves trimmed now with silver braid she had cut from one of Isaac's jerkins. She wore one of his gilt belts about her hips and had tucked into it a small twig of hazel for good luck on the journey. On the table was a large basket of food and a jar of water to drink because the day was warm. She could hear Raven outside, talking in his husky noises to the horse as he hitched it to the wagon. Putting on her white linen hood and carrying the basket, Marnie went outside and closed the door behind her. The horse and wagon were ready, and Raven looked fine dressed in soft deerskin leggings of Isaac's that Marnie had altered for him, and a knee-length purple tunic with a jewelled belt. He had even washed his hair, and it shone blue-black as it curled on his shoulders. He took the basket from Marnie, checked it briefly to make sure she had put in some pickles, and lifted it onto the back of the wagon, just behind their seat. "Can I hold these?" he asked, indicating the reins. "Can I? I watched people do it. I know how." "Are you sure?" Marnie asked doubtfully, imagining hair-raising gallops down the steep hills between here and her own village. "I know. I'm not stupid," he replied indignantly. "If you make the horse go fast," she warned, "I'll stop you. You must do what I tell you and not argue." Crowing in triumph, Raven climbed into the seat and took up the reins, and Marnie got up beside him, anxiously biting her lip. But he proved a careful driver, though the horse was alarmed at times when he made his strange, excited cries. They did not go down the road through the village and along the beach, but went over the grassy hills, not minding the bumps, and met up with the road as it turned inland from the coast. The day shone, and Marnie sang to herself, until Raven thought she was talking and pestered her to say the words with her hands. She could not explain what singing was, so she hummed instead, a phenomenon Raven was unaware of. In the basket with the food were gifts for Marnie's family, shells and sun-bleached bones of gulls and fish for her brothers and sisters. A piece of seaweed Marnie had twisted into a wreath and threaded with lavender for her mother, and for her father a graceful piece of driftwood shaped like a bird in flight. For several days she had walked along the beach collecting the gifts. Tonight was Midsummer Eve, and she would spend it as she always had, with her friends and family, dancing in the fields by huge bonfires, celebrating the summer and the sun. When she had first asked Raven to come to her far home with her, he had been unwilling, having suffered enough rejection without risking more from strangers. But she told him about her family and friends, and of the huge farm where she had worked for Isaac's father, and he began to be interested. The idea of a mother and father intrigued him, and when she said they would be dancing at night by moonlight and fire, the journey became irresistible, and he had counted the days until they could go. That Raven was going home with her made Marnie's joy complete. His company was something she never took for granted. He still came and went as he pleased, sometimes returning late at night after days away, and making himself a meal before he curled up in his blanket by the fire. The wild part of his life remained a mystery to Marnie, but she knew he preferred the night to the daytime, probably because that was when people stayed in their homes and did not hurt him, and that somewhere in the hills he had what he called a hole in which to live. Dozing, wondering how he would fit in with her family, she leaned against him and let her body move with the wagon as it lurched and swayed. Suddenly the wagon stopped, and she woke. Raven was looking at the landscape to their left, his hand shading his eyes from the sun. There the hills rose to misty, rugged peaks, wild and desolate and beautiful. They were the mountains of Conara, Father Brennan had told Marnie, a place of ancient worship where huge stones stood like gods and spirits danced in the wind. Raven touched her arm and pointed to the mountains. "My faraway house," he said, holding the reins between his knees so he could talk. "You stay there sometimes?" she asked, surprised. "Is that where your hole is?" "No, this house is different. It's a long walk to there from our beach." He nodded, smiling, his eyes wistful and longing. "In my house there," he said, "I stand in the night, in moonfire. I am strong, alone, but it is a good alone. No people come and hurt me. I am me, not afraid. The moon is good. Under the moon, the sea, the fields, they all be—" No word. What is the word? Good in the eyes, good in here. He touched his heart. "Beautiful," said Marnie aloud. Raven copied her lips, but the sound was incomprehensible. He made up a new sign, the sign for the moon and the sign for good. "Moon good," said Marnie. "Beautiful." "It is a good word," he signed, pleased. They went on, and the dust rose about the little wagon as the day grew hot. At noon, they stopped under a grove of trees by a river. They were by a marshy field where peat was dug, and could see the long rows of rich turf laid out to dry in the sun. For a price, the farmers let people into the fields to dig their own peat, but Father Brennan had always got Marnie's for her. While the horse grazed and drank from the stream, Marnie and Raven ate the meal they had brought. They reclined in the shade to eat, and after she had finished, Marnie picked some of the daisies that grew in the long grass and began threading them into a circle. Raven always took longer over meals than she did, eating twice as much and noisily savouring every mouthful. A grasshopper crawled up Raven's foot, and Marnie signed the name to him. He laughed and nearly choked, repeating the sign, delighted with it. "Grasshopper," he said, watching it leap away. "Birds, they be sky hoppers. Fish, water hoppers. People, they be dirt hoppers." "You," said Marnie, "are a food hopper." Raven grinned. Then he said, his face serious, "You, my one friend, what gives me words. Father Brennan did not give me words, only you. Why?" "I don't know why," she replied, dropping the daisies into her lap. "When I was little, I watched people whip a boy, the same way they whip you. I was sad about him. It was in my faraway house, over there, where the road is. The day I came to Tokura, the people whipped you. I felt sad about you. I did want to help you." He was thoughtful, his eyes half closed, silver bright under the lowered lids as he looked at the distant mountains. At last he signed, "Your faraway house, you like it?" "Yes." "Why come to the little house on the beach?" "I came with the man, Isaac," she signed back, "to look after him in the house." "He your friend?" She touched the gold band on her left ring finger, a new sign for a new word. "Husband," she said, speaking the words too, as she always did. "He was my husband." "Your friend?" "No, it is different." In husky, guttural tones, he asked the one word he could speak. "Why?" "Many friends," she said. "Only one husband." "You don't got many friends, only Father Brennan and me." In my faraway house I have many friends. You will see them tonight. Why did you come here? I gave you the words. I came with my husband. Can I be your husband? No. Why? You look after me in your house. I help you, you help me, the same. It is different. Why? Marnie smiled and placed the circle of daisies around Raven's dark hair. You are better than a husband, she said. Deidre tugged at the knots in the hair of her youngest daughter, while she scolded her son for dipping his fingers in the bowl of gravy that remained on the table. The meal was finished, and the older girls were washing the dishes, laughing and arguing over which lads they would dance with later, as if they had any say in it. "Where are your aprons?" Deidre asked them, frowning at the water being splashed around. "You shouldn't have gotten your best clothes until later." One of the boys raced around the table, flapping his arms like wings. "I'm going to run through the fires," he yelled. "Nathy did that last year, holding Airm's hand. He said I wasn't big enough, but I am." "You'll do nothing of the kind," snapped Deidre, tugging with the comb and making her daughter wail. "If you burn holes in your shoes, Barnaby, I'll not be buying you new ones, or even old ones. There's not enough to go round now." "Only sweethearts go jumping through the flames," cried one of the girls washing the dishes. "No one would be your sweetheart, Barnaby, with your freckles and your teeth all missing in the front." "They're not all gone," howled Barnaby. "I still got 3. And he pulled a heinous face to prove it. Nathy came running in, sweating and red-faced, with wood chips in his black hair from chopping branches for the midsummer fires. "She's coming home!" he cried, racing round the table and gripping his mother's arms. "It's Marnie! She's almost here, in the wagon she is, with Sir Isaac's horse." "Don't talk nonsense, and go and wash yourself," said Deidre. "There's meat I've kept hot for you, and—" But Nathy raced out again and tore down the dusty road between the cottages, yelling. Marnie saw him coming and leaped down off the wagon before Raven stopped it. She fell into her brother's arms and they hugged, laughing. "You look fine, Marnie," cried Nathy, holding her away and looking at her. "With a ribbon in your hair and all. You've changed. You're happy. Oh, this is better than the way you were when you went away. They said Sir Isherwood died. I've been waiting all this time for you to come home. I knew you wouldn't live there by yourself." "I've only come home for the night," Marnie said, noticing that he was taller than she was now, though he was 3 years younger. She added, beckoning to Raven, "I've brought a friend." Raven got down and came over, holding out his hand towards Nathy. They greeted one another shyly. "It was good of you to bring Marnie here," said Nathy. Marnie interpreted, and Nathy gazed at her hand movements, suspicious and afraid. "Raven can't hear or talk very well," Marnie explained. "We've made up some hand words so we can understand each other. You can still talk to him, and I'll tell him with my hands what you say." Astonished, Nathy asked, "Can I do some hand words?" Marnie gripped her left hand in her right, as if she shook hands with herself. "This is how we say hello," she said. Nathy repeated the sign, and Raven beamed and made the sign in return. There were glad shouts, and Marnie turned to see her mother and brothers and sisters running towards them. Dust rose about their bright forms, red gold in the sunset. Marnie rushed to her mother and flung her arms about her, but Deidre pulled away, her face hard and shocked, her eyes on the road behind Marnie. Raven stood in the middle of the road, in front of the wagon, facing them all. He looked tall and unafraid, his lips slightly curved, his face vivid in the last golden light from the sun. He still wore the circle of daisies, and they glimmered white across his dark hair. "This is Raven, Mamma," Marnie said, disturbed by Deidre's expression. "He's my friend. I thought you would be pleased to meet him." "Your friend?" repeated Deidre faintly. "But you're a widow, Marnie. How could you bring a sweetheart here with talk already what it is? He's not my sweetheart, Mamma. He's my friend. I thought you'd understand." Around them, silence fell. Marnie noticed her brothers and sisters, and they smiled, longing to run and embrace her, but hanging back because of their mother's disquiet. They looked clean and lovely in their best clothes and shoes, the girls with garlands of flowers in their hair. All Marnie's relatives lived in this small street, and her cousins and some of her aunts and uncles had come out too, when they heard Nathy's yells, to welcome Marnie home. But the welcome had turned uncannily quiet, and Marnie felt as if she had done something scandalous. "Please be kind to him, Mamma," she begged. "He's had a hard life in Takura. He can't hear, and he speaks only a little, and the people there have been terrible cruel to him. And please don't be angry with me for bringing him. I've longed so much to come and see you. I can't bear it if you're cross." Suddenly Deidre hugged her, kissing her cheek. "Oh, Marnie," she sighed, "I suppose you can't help it, doing everything the wrong way and making tongues wag. Sometimes I marvel at your mind, you're so headstrong. But no matter what they say, I still love you, girl, and I've missed you too. I'm so pleased you've come home again, even if you have brought us an extra mouth to feed. But why on earth is the wagon empty? Where are your belongings?" "I'm not here to live, Mamma, only to visit. I wanted to take some things back with me if you don't mind. Some more blankets and a weaving for the floor. Also, if Nathy's got some shoes he's grown out of, I'd like them for Raven if they fit. And if you don't want that little wooden pen we use to keep our dog in, I'd like it for my goat." Trying to ignore the confusion and alarm on her mother's face, she added, "Please come and meet Raven." So Deidre walked on to Raven and greeted him, shaking his hand. Raven made the hand word for good afternoon, and Marnie interpreted. Deirdre's look of dismay deepened. Suddenly, Marnie's brothers and sisters swarmed towards her, screeching for hugs and kisses, and asking if she had brought them gifts. Warmly she embraced them, then turned again to Raven and spoke the children's names, while she explained a little about each one, their special idiosyncrasies and wickednesses. The children beamed, enthralled to see the magical gestures she made. The oldest of Marnie's sisters, Sheila, learned the hand word for hello, smiling shyly at Raven as she made it. Marnie introduced Raven to her relatives, and some of the cousins, knowing what had been said about Marnie's sudden marriage and departure, whispered and smirked behind their hands. The aunts and uncles were reticent. Marnie ignored their coldness. When Nathy took Raven's arm and led him down the road, pointing out their house and gesturing towards the field where they would all soon dance, she took the horses' reins and followed after them, content. Deidre walked a little way ahead, worrying about the gossip Raven would cause. But the children clung to Marnie's skirt, begging for gory details about Sir Isaac's death. She told them instead about her little house by the sea. While Nathy and Raven tended the horse, Marnie gave the children the gifts she had brought. Awed, they examined the seashells, small skeletons of fish and bleached crab shells. While they fought over the skeletons, Marnie gave Deidre the little wreath. "'Tis charming," Deidre smiled, taking it over to the window to look at it in a better light. Among the lavender flowers, Marnie had woven little strips of parchment covered with kisses and tiny hearts of love. Deidre put it on the mantelpiece and gave Marnie another hug. "Oh, I've missed you, girl," she whispered. "I hope he was good to you, your Isaac." Marnie kissed her mother's cheek. "He was all right, Mamma. We only had 2 days together before he died. I want to see Father. Is he upstairs?" "Aye, it will do him good to see your face again." Marnie picked up the piece of driftwood that was Michael's gift and went up the stairs. Her father was sitting in a chair by the tiny window, the sunset illuminating his face. Marnie went and knelt by him, and he looked down at her, his mouth twisted in a smile, his right hand jerking roughly across her hair. She held his fingers and kissed them. "I've missed you, Papa," she said. "I hated not knowing how you were." He mumbled something, dribbling, and Marnie listened carefully, as she did when Raven tried to talk. Finally she realized he was trying to say the name Isaac. "He died, Papa," she said. "He fell when he was mending the roof. The cottage was a mess when we got there, but I love it now." Michael tried to say something else, but she could not understand it, and he looked out of the window, his eyes wet. Again she kissed his hand. "He was not a bad man, Papa. I can't say I was happy with him, but we only had 2 days together. I have 2 friends in Tokura. The priest comes to see me often and brings me supplies. He's very good to me. My cottage is in a little cove, apart from the village. I go fishing. I'm grand at fishing, Papa. And at rowing. You'd be so proud if you saw me. All those times you let me try things that were different, that women aren't supposed to do. I'm grateful for them now." Her father nodded and stroked her hair again, his hand heavy and uncontrolled. "I've brought my other friend," she said. "You'll understand him, I think. He can't speak or hear. I've made up some hand words so we can talk." She showed him some, and tried to sign the line of a song he had loved, but she ran out of words and added, laughing, "It's difficult sometimes talking to him because there aren't enough words. He taught me to row, and he built a little wall around my garden to keep out the chickens. I have my own goat and Isaac's horse, and I trap rabbits sometimes, though Raven gets cross with me for it. He's softer than I am inside. We eat mainly fish." She picked up the driftwood she had dropped in his lap and showed it to him. "I found it on the beach," she said. "It's like a bird, see?" Then she told him about her house and her cove and what the sea was like. He listened, nodding, his eyes bright. Deidre came in, and Marnie realized it was dark. "Your friend has gone with Nathy to light the fires," Deidre told Marnie, lighting a candle and setting it on the little table by her husband. "Do you want supper?" "Later, maybe. We ate on the way here," said Marnie, standing up and kissing her father's cheek. "I'll see you tomorrow, Papa." Marnie put Nathy's gift on his bed, then went downstairs with Deidre. She noticed how grey her mother's hair had become, and that she walked with a stoop, as if her back hurt. "Are you managing all right with Papa?" Marnie asked. "Aye," replied Deidre, pulling her shawl about her shoulders. "The neighbours help when they can, and Michael's improving little by little. He can even walk a step or 2, if a strong man bears him up." "And the boys? They're managing our farm?" "Of course, they're old enough, and Nathy works on the manor land now, all the time." "Does anyone talk to Papa? Tell him stories or sing to him? He's not left alone all day, is he?" "Are you thinking he's neglected, girl?" "No, I'm just asking, Mamma, and I'm thinking of Raven. People said he had no mind, that he was possessed, and they whipped him to get devils out. Yet there's nothing wrong with him, except that he can't hear. And it makes him angry sometimes if he can't make himself understood. He has a fine mind, quick and willing to learn. He reminds me of Papa sometimes, locked inside a great quiet. Only Papa's worse off, because he can't talk with his hands, nor his mouth." "I talk to him all the time, and his brother carries him outside on the good days to see what is going on with the planting or the birthing of the animals. The neighbours help with him if I'm tired or the children are sick and needing me more. I'll come back and help if you want me to." Deidre went over to the table and started putting away the washed dishes the girls had left piled there. She and Marnie were the only ones in the room. The others had gone out to the fields for the dancing. "Are you settled in Tokura?" asked Deidre, her back to Marnie as she reached up to put the dishes on a shelf. Her voice sounded strained. "Aye, I love my house, though it's small." "Have you seen Sir Pierce?" "I have. Why do you ask?" Busily tidying the shelf, Deidre said with forced brightness, "Go and get on with your dancing, Marnie, or they'll be finished before you get there. I sent the others on, so you'd have a quiet time with your father, but they'll be waiting for you now out in the field. I'll come home early to see that Michael is all right, and I'll make up a bed by the fire for Raven." Marnie kissed her mother's cheek and ran outside. She was met by one of her little sisters, come back to fetch her. "Marnie, David Miller says he's wanting to dance with you," shrieked the little girl, rushing up, her garland of flowers awry on her auburn hair and her best dress already stained. "But I told him you brought a sweetheart. He didn't believe me." Marnie laughed. "Raven's not my sweetheart," she said. "But he looks like one. He's helping Nathy light the fires. The fiddlers are starting. You can hear them." The evening was balmy, glorious. The cottages were dark on either side of the road, their steep roofs black before the orange sky. Along the road people hurried in groups or pairs, out towards the celebrations in the fields. They all wore their best, with white flowers in their hair, and some of the men carried torches topped with burning tar. They rounded a corner, and Marnie saw the field of fires. People leaped around the flames, and there were shouts and laughter. The children raced on, and Marnie followed more slowly, wondering where Raven was. Neighbours she had worked with in the fields walked past, greeted her briefly, and hurried on. She found Raven standing near the biggest fire, watching the fiddlers and the young people already dancing. Marnie touched his arm, and he turned. "We can, with the people, dance," he said. His signs excited and difficult to read. Marnie told him to talk slowly, and he went on. "We can dance, the same we danced with Father Brennan. You and me, if you clap, and I will know when." "Are you hungry?" she asked. "There is food at my mother's house, if you want." "After," he signed. Nathy came up to them, a garland of creamy flowers in his hands. He gave it to Raven. "For Marnie," he said. "Put it on Marnie." Raven watched the boy's lips and recognized the shape of Marnie's name. Solemnly, he placed the flowers across her hair. Then gently he wiped a smudge of dust from her cheek, and she blushed, because her brother was watching. Grinning, Nathy rushed off to find his friends. Sheila ran up, laughing, her face scarlet. "Oh, Marnie," she cried, "do you remember Dougal Fowler?" Marnie nodded, and Sheila went on breathlessly. "He's asked me to dance with him and go to the wild woods with him after. Oh, Marnie, what if he wants to kiss me? What shall I do?" Marnie glanced at Raven, saw him watching their mouths. "It's all right," said Sheila, giggling. "You said he couldn't hear." "He watches our mouths," said Marnie. "He understands sometimes." "And I suppose he kisses you sometimes too," said Sheila slyly. Before Marnie could say anything, Sheila ran off, calling over her shoulder. "You're sleeping in your old bed with me tonight. We can talk until morning." Marnie waved to her, then signed to Raven. "My sister is happy. Her favourite boy wants her to dance." "Will a boy want you to dance?" he asked. Marnie noticed that people were watching them, and some were pointing and talking, their faces suspicious and disapproving. She remembered what Pierce Isherwood had told her about the gossip in Fernley. Did they all think the worst of her? Or was it Raven they disapproved of, with his different way of talking and his silence? Or was it the fact that she was a widow and had come here with a youth, tall and well-made and handsome, and better than all the stupid Fernley boys put together? Lifting her head, Marnie met the disapproving stares with her old defiance and boldness. Then she gave Raven a brilliant smile. "We will dance," she signed to him. "We will show them all how to dance." Chapter 19. Fiddlers sent their wild music over the fields. The fires blazed, and sparks flew high into the night air. Around the flames people danced, or stood singing and clapping, their faces aglow. Inspired by love and ale, young sweethearts ran, leaping through the smaller fires, their hands clasped. At midnight a large cartwheel was set on fire and sent rolling down a hill, while the people watched to see if it would stay alight until it fell. If it stayed alight, that meant the summer would be long, but if the flames went out, it meant winter would come early.
Tonight the wheel blazed gloriously all the way down to the valley, and the villagers cheered and celebrated. The music started up again, and the ale flowed. Marnie took Raven's hand and led him over to the trestle tables and ale barrels. She helped herself to another drink, and they stood watching as Sir Gerard, the eldest of the Isherwood sons and now the manor lord, killed a bullock and went through the ceremony of offering it to the flames. It was an age-old rite, left over from the first Midsummer festivals, when pagan priests sacrificed to the ancient gods of the sun. Doubtless the village priest would disapprove if he knew, but he was not around, and no one else would criticize. Marnie looked for Sir Gerard's youngest brother, Pierce, but could not see him. She asked a young woman standing near, "Is Pierce Isherwood not well, seeing as he's not here?" The girl looked at her, surprised, frowning a little, trying to think where she had seen Marnie before. "Have you not heard?" she replied. "He's gone to another village to live for a while. To Torquora, they say." Marnie gulped the rest of her ale, hoping it might clear the havoc in her head. It did not. "When did he go?" she asked. "A day or two past." "Are his wife and children there too?" "Nay, only him, I think. He's gone on business, he said, about a house. Did I work with you once in the malt house at the manor?" Marnie turned away, but the girl gripped her sleeve. "I know," she said, her eyes widening. "You're the former overseer's daughter, aren't you? The one who married Sir Isaac." A smile crossed her face, half admiring, half malicious. "You were a clever one, weren't you?" Then her eyes slid to Marnie's waist, and she asked, "What happened to the babe? Did you lose it afore its proper time?" "Aye," said Marnie gravely. "I put it down somewhere, but it was such a tiny mite I clean forgot where I left it, and I couldn't find it again." "What did Sir Isherwood do?" the girl gasped, horrified. Marnie replied sweetly, "Why, the poor man died of shock." Aghast, the girl rushed off to spread the news. Chuckling to herself, Marnie finished her ale, then turned to Raven. He was watching the dancers, clapping his hands to the rhythm of their feet. Seeing Marnie, he signed, "Can we again dance?" She nodded, and they joined a group in a folk dance Marnie had learned as a child. It was a fast dance, growing faster near the end, but Marnie's reactions were slower than usual. Finally she collapsed against Raven, giggling. He put his arm around her waist and they started the next dance, managing admirably until Marnie began laughing and could not clap in time to the music, and then Raven, depending on her hands for the rhythm, gave up and walked off. She ran after him, catching him around the waist, begging him to come back. But she spoke with her voice, and he signed angrily, "Hand words. No more mouth open shut, like a fish." She pulled silly faces at him, and they both laughed and sauntered off to watch the children dancing. Marnie's youngest brothers and sisters were among them, and she almost wept as she watched them, their little faces grave as they tried to remember the steps, the garlands of flowers slipping sideways off their heads. They were so fair. They were also rather blurred, and Marnie felt suddenly dizzy, watching the circle of children go around and around the fire. She tightened her arm about Raven's waist and looked through the flames to the people on the other side. Her mother stood there watching them, her face shocked and disapproving. Marnie tugged at Raven, and they walked away. She found 5 friends she had enjoyed working with in the happier days on the manor land before her father's misfortune. They welcomed her with hugs and kisses, and she introduced them to Raven, showing them how to greet him in hand words. Blushing, they talked to him, furtively looking from him to Marnie and wondering what the relationship was. Then, laughing and chatting, they went walking through the fields beyond the fires, past the windmill with its huge blades dark against the stars, and the bakehouse where the bread was baked for those who had no ovens, and the rows of ripening corn. Marnie's friends were fascinated by Raven, and the strange way he and Marnie talked. They learned a few more hand words and had some mixed-up conversations with Raven, which caused a great deal of mirth. Marnie showed Raven where she had milked cows, the great barn where she had winnowed wheat, and the beautiful manor house where once Isaac had lived. Raven's eyes bulged. Never had he seen a place so grand. The whole Isherwood estate entranced him, so different it was from the humble fishing village he had known all his life. As they stood in front of the manor, one of Marnie's friends asked her shyly, "What was it like being married to him, Marnie?" Marnie thought for a while, and they waited, silent and avid, for her reply. Impatient, one of them said, "Well, what was he like? Was he kind?" "Aye, kind enough," said Marnie. "But it was awkward with him." "You weren't awkward dancing with him," said another. "But it wasn't dancing she was doing on her wedding night," said someone else, and there was shrieks of laughter. "Tell us, Marnie, what was it like on your wedding night?" Silence fell, while they waited for her answer. Marnie turned away, looking at the manor house, her back to her friends. None of them were married, and they all had dreams, as she had once had dreams. From across the fields came the music of the fiddles and pipes, and rowdy laughter. Raven looked from Marnie to the girls again, and back to Marnie. He sensed their eagerness and her distress, and did not know what to do. "Tell us," the girls prompted. There was a shout, and they all turned around. Marnie welcomed the interruption, until she saw who approached. 4 youths were walking towards them, swigging on pottery flagons of ale and leaning on one another for support. One of them was Jonty, the ploughman's son. Recognizing Marnie, he swaggered over, eyeing her up and down. Then he took another drink of ale, holding the large flagon up with both hands and tipping his head back. The ale ran down his chin and neck, staining his shirt. "Well, 'tis her ladyship back," he said, wiping his sleeve across his mouth and giving the flagon to one of his friends. "Go away," shouted one of the girls. "We don't need the likes of you tormenting us." "I'm not tormenting," said Jonty, his eyes still on Marnie. "I'm admiring, and I don't believe there's a law against that." "There's a law against lying," said Marnie. "And you lied about me, Jonty." Jonty tipped his head on one side and scratched a spot on his chin. "Did I now? What lie was that?" "The one about us in the barn," said Marnie. "The lie your uncle, the overseer, paid you to tell." "Oh, that one," said Jonty, and his friends sniggered. Swaying from the ale, Jonty walked right around Marnie, just looking. Raven watched from nearby, not understanding, but sensing the tension. Jonty stopped in front of Marnie, his thumbs hooked into his belt, his head tilted back, looking at her through lowered eyelids. "Give me a kiss," he whispered. "If you don't go," said Marnie, "I'll give you a black eye and maybe worse." "Oh, I'm mortal scared," said Jonty. "Come on," called one of his friends. "There's more fun to be had elsewhere than with her. She's too high and mighty for you now." "You haven't got a chance, Jonty. Besides, your betrothed might find out." They laughed, and Jonty grinned. He stepped nearer to Marnie, but she stood her ground. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Raven move closer, and she held up a hand to him. "It's all right," she signed, without speaking. "I'm not afraid." Jonty stared and swore under his breath. "What kind of sorcery's that?" he gasped. "None of your business," said Marnie. She glanced at her friends. "Come on," she added to them. "We'll go back." She started to walk away, but Jonty gripped her arm. "I want to know what you were doing," he said. "Because if you were putting a spell on me, Marnie, I'll make you sorry for it." She tried to pull free, but he gripped her harder. "I've heard about you," he hissed.
About how you want to keep the Isherwood estate in Torquay and how you've made trouble for Sir Piers because he's wanting it back. You're always making trouble, Marnie, always thinking you're better than everyone else and getting your own way. Now you've come back here to laugh at us all and brought your village lunatic too who can't even talk. I suppose he suits you because he can't be arguing with you. Does everything you want, does he? Must be nice after an old... With her free hand, Marnie slapped Jonty hard across the face. He lifted his hand to hit back, but Marnie's friends grabbed him and pulled him away. Suddenly, they were all fighting, the 6 girls against Jonty and his friends. For a moment, Raven hung back, too confused to move. But then he saw Jonty with his arms around Marnie, trying to drag her to the ground, and he flew, howling in rage, to her defence. He hauled on Jonty, his hands on Jonty's hair, jerking back his head. Jonty let Marnie go, and he and Raven rolled on the ground, punching one another, tearing at each other's clothes and hair. Jonty was bigger and older than Raven, and well known for his cunning in a fight. But he had never met the likes of Raven, nor heard such blood-curdling screams. The others forgot to fight and watched, horrified, as Raven, howling like one possessed, wrestled Jonty down and smashed his head against the ground again and again. Jonty's face was scratched, bleeding, and his tunic was ripped. The ground about his head was bloodied, and he was sobbing, choking, begging Raven for mercy. It was Marnie who separated them. Unable to move Raven, but repeating the same hand-word in front of his face until he saw it and stopped. Raven staggered up, breathing hard, his hair over his face, blood and spit on his chin. At his feet, Jonty rolled over, retching, and tried to crawl away on his hands and knees. His friends helped him up, never taking their eyes off Raven. Supporting Jonty between them, they fled, stumbling over the broken ale flagons on the ground. Marnie's friends stood about her, watching Raven, afraid. "Are you all right, Marnie?" one of them whispered. "Is he safe, your Raven? He won't attack you, too." "We're all safe," said Marnie, straightening her clothes and noticing that her dress was torn. When she looked up again, her friends were walking quickly away, glancing uneasily over their shoulders. Marnie turned to Raven. He was staring at the manor house, but not seeing it, his shoulders stooped, his damp hair mixed with sweat and blood across his face. He had withdrawn into his own world, his gaze intense, as if he searched for something no one else could see. Marnie pushed back his hair and saw that his cheek was bruised. His clothes were torn, and his knuckles bled from connecting with the bony bits of Jonty. Marnie touched his arm, and he looked at her, coming back from whatever place he had fled to in his mind. "Why fight, you and him?" he asked. "He made bad words about you." "More than words. The way he looked at you. It was a way. It made me afraid about you. Sometimes people's eyes show much. Sometimes I things see, and I don't know about them. I feel. They make big feelings in here." He placed his palm on his heart. "Sometimes good feelings, sometimes bad. I feel alone, bad alone. I feel different, like other people know something I do not know." "We all have big feelings, Raven. You are not alone." "Why did he look at you the way to make afraid? What did he want?" "I have no words." "Why?" She sighed deeply, her eyes on the manor house. "Sometimes," she said, "feelings are too big, too strong to have words about." "Why?" Marnie shook her head. "Too many times you ask why," she said. "Why?" he asked again, grinning. She lightly punched his arm.
and they walked on after their friends, back to the field of fires. Chapter 20. Marnie lay in the bed she shared with her sister Sheila, listening to her father's snores. In the upstairs room there were 5 beds in a row along one wall. 4 beds each held 2 children. The 5th bed was Sheila's. The youngest children, both toddlers, slept in the room across the narrow passage with Michael and Deidre. A curtain hung between the other beds and the one Marnie and Sheila shared, to give privacy from the boys.
"'Tis lovely to have you home again," whispered Sheila. "I missed you when you went away. I missed our talks. Do you remember how we talked all night sometimes? How we laughed until Mamma called out and told us to be quiet? I've missed you so much."
"I've missed you too," murmured Marnie.
"I danced all night with Dougal Fowler," whispered Sheila, sighing blissfully. "His hands were sweaty and he left marks on my dress, but I do love him so. Do you want to know a secret?"
"What?"
"We went for a walk in the wild woods and he kissed me. Oh, it were wonderful, Marnie. His mouth, it were soft and hard at the same time, and his tongue, it tickled all over my mouth. I could have done it for hours. But Freethy Sopper came along with his friends, and they teased us, so we went away back to the dancing. But I can't stop thinking about it."
She hesitated, then went on, still whispering.
"Aunt Molly came home with the friends and told Mamma that you fought with Jonty, and that Raven went wild like a madman to defend you. Was it true?"
"Aye. Jonty said bad things about Raven, so I hit him."
"What did Mamma say?"
"Nothing.
She just made herself a cup of chamomile and went to bed. She does that when she's the worst kind of angry. Oh, Marnie, you'll be in for it in the morning."
Marnie said nothing, and Sheila faced her, leaning up on one elbow so she could see her sister's face. Marnie was lying on her back, her hands clasped on her chest, her eyes on the rafters just above her head.
"Don't look so melancholy," whispered Sheila. "We've got all night before you're in trouble. Let's talk about nice things. Tell me about Sir Isaac, and what it was like kissing him. Did his beard scratch?"
Marnie's eyes shimmered, and she whispered, so quietly Sheila could hardly hear.
"I don't want to talk about it."
Sheila made an impatient sound and collapsed back on the bed.
"I hate it when you won't talk. You always used to talk. We talked all night dreaming about what being wedded would be like. You promised you'd tell me. Why don't you?"
Marnie did not reply, and Sheila went on, hushed and angry.
"How else am I supposed to find out unless you tell me? You're like Mamma, not talking about kissing or anything, like it's shameful. I bet her and Father kissed, to get the 12 of us."
There was a loud crash downstairs, and Marnie sat up.
"It's Raven," she whispered. "He hates being in the dark, not able to see or hear, and he doesn't know when he's making a noise. I'll go and light a candle for him."
She got out of bed and pulled her dress on over her shift. There was another crash downstairs, and a grunt, and the sound of a chair scraping on the stone floor. Marnie hurried downstairs. It was only an hour or 2 before the dawn. The moon had fled the sky, and the fire in the kitchen had gone out. The room was so black she could barely see Raven stumbling about. She touched his arm, and he yelped in fright. She clapped her hand over his mouth, felt his breath hot on her palm. Quickly she lit a candle and signed to him without speaking, "You wake up all the people in the house." "Why?" he asked, speaking as well, and again she placed her finger on his lips. "When you move a chair or touch anything, it makes a—" She stopped, lost for words to explain noise. Raven gave up waiting for her to finish. "I want a drink," he said. Marnie got him one, and he went to pull out a chair so he could sit while he drank. Marnie stopped him just as the heavy wood began to screech on the stone floor, and told him to get back into bed. His blankets were tumbled on a mat in front of the cold grate, and Marnie straightened them for him while he drank. He banged the cup down on the table, gave a loud, satisfied belch, and crawled back into bed. Marnie placed the candle on the hearth so he could see, with an extra candle and the flints. "Don't touch things if you walk about the house," she signed. "Be slow and careful. There are many people asleep here." "I know," he signed angrily. "I'm not stupid." Marnie sat on the edge of his blankets, her knees drawn up to her chin. "One day," she signed, "I'll have words to tell you everything. Now I don't have words. You are not stupid. I no time say you are stupid." "Tonight was good," he signed, trying to speak as well, until Marnie closed his mouth again, softly with her hand. "The fires I liked, and the dancing, and your brother and your friends, they be good, making hand words. The people in Tokura no time made hand words. I liked it. Before came the boys and made a fight with us. I don't know why." "I have no words. I'm sorry." "Why don't they like you?" "They say I did a bad thing when I was here before." "What thing?" "I have no words." "Too many times. You got no words," he said, sighing. "In the morning, will we go to our house?" "Yes. Before we go, you will see my father. He is a little better now, but he can't walk or make words." "No hand words?" "No, his hands can't move. He can't make words. Not with his hands, not with his mouth." A profound compassion went across Raven's face, and he said, "He is like me, before you came. Do they whip him?" "No." "Did your mother stop them?" "Before he was hurt, my father made words. He worked, made many things. Now he can do nothing. But the people do not hurt him." "Why?" Marnie sighed and shook her head. "No words," she said. "Like your father," Raven said. "No words." Outside a cock crowed, and there was laughter in the street as people came home late. One of the children began to cry upstairs, and Marnie heard Sheila crooning softly to her. Raven stared at the candlelight, unaware of everything else. His face was narrow, shadowed, his eyes so clear they were like violet glass in a church window, with the sun shining through. He looked incredibly sad, lost in thoughts for which he had no words. There was a rustle on the stairs, and Marnie looked up to see her mother standing there, a shawl wrapped about her. Deirdre's face was white with shock. "Marnie," she whispered, "what are you doing down there with him?" "Talking, Mama," Marnie said, standing up. "Raven was lost in the dark, looking for a drink. He was making a lot of noise without realizing, so I came down to help him. I'm going to bed now." Quickly she signed to Raven, "I must go to bed. I'll see you in the morning." "I want him out of here," said Deidre, coming down the stairs and staring at Raven with fear and loathing. "I won't have him wandering around this house, not with the little children asleep." "Why?" asked Marnie. "Because he's dangerous," hissed Deidre, her voice brimming with outrage and fear, but lowered in case the children heard. "I want him out of here, now." "We can't leave now. He hasn't met Papa yet. And I have some things I want to get." "Didn't you hear, girl? I want him out of here, They told me you and Jonty fought last night, and that Raven went wild like devils wearing him. They're all talking about it, everyone. As if I haven't got enough to grieve over with your father.
None of it was my fault, Mama. Jonty started it. He was saying evil things about Raven and I.
You were well licked up from what I heard, cried Deidre. I heard you crawling up the stairs on your hands and knees and giggling worse than Sheila. You're a widow, Marnie. You should be respectable.
Sheila stood at the top of the stairs, a younger sister with her. It wasn't Marnie's fault, Mama, she said. It was...
Back to bed with you, snapped Deidre. Take your little sister this instant.
Sheila fled, and Marnie sat at the table, her head in her hands. Won't you listen to me, Mama? She pleaded.
No, I will not, said Deidre. I can't bear any more trouble, Marnie. Just get him out of this house.
Raven had seen enough fear and rejection to know what was being said. He got out of the blankets and began folding them, ready to leave. Marnie put her hand on his arm. If you get the horse and wagon, she signed, I'll go with you. A long time you want to come here, he said. You stay. I'll again see you in our house. No, we will go together. Raven left his blankets folded beside the hearth and went out.
There's another thing, said Deidre, kneeling to pile kindling in the fireplace and starting the fire. I don't like that freakish way you speak to him. It's not natural. People were talking about it last night, and they laughed about you, saying how you'd gone from a lord to a lunatic. You've no idea how much it shamed me to hear that.
I don't care what people say, said Marnie.
No, you don't. And it'll be your downfall one day, said Deidre. You'll end up without a friend in the world. It can be terrible lonely if you don't fit in with people, Marnie. You're not better than everyone else, you know, just because you married higher than yourself.
That wasn't my choice, Mama. I did that to save you all from poverty.
And to please yourself.
That's not fair, Mama. I never was in love with Isaac.
But you fancied him, and now you've got his grand house and all the people of Torquora bowing and scraping to you. Don't tell me it was a sacrifice, girl.
Shocked, Marnie stared at her mother's back. Is that what you think, Mama? She choked. Her mother was silent, sweeping up the cold ashes on the hearth. I suppose you believe everything else you hear too, said Marnie. I suppose you believed what Isaac said. That night he came here and said I'd been found with Jonty. I suppose you believed that.
Where there's smoke, there's fire, said Deidre.
And there's other things I've heard.
I've heard talk that Sir Pierce wants the house back, and he's gone to Torquora on business about it. You'll be living again with us before long, and working on the Isherwood land once more with Nathy. So don't think of taking too much away with you now, because you'll only be hauling it all the way back again.
And what about Raven? Asked Marnie.
What about him? Said Deidre.
I can't leave him in Torquora. I'm the only one who can talk to him. Can he come and live here with us? He'll work well, he's strong, and has a wondrous way with animals. Very slowly, Deidre stood up and confronted her.
You're jesting, aren't you, Marnie? She said, her white lips barely moving.
No, Mama. I've never been more serious in my life. If I come back here, Raven comes too. I'll not live without him. Deidre staggered a little and put her hand on the mantelpiece to steady herself. She stared at Marnie, appalled.
Are you living with him? She whispered.
We share a cottage, that's all, said Marnie.
That's all? Cried Deidre, horrified. Oh, Marnie, and to think I brought you up decent and took you to church and taught you what was right. How could you forsake it all, to live with a boy you're not wed to? If that's what you've been up to in Torquora, I'll not have you back.
I wouldn't want to come back, shouted Marnie, crying.
I gave everything I had for you. For all of you. I even mated with a man I couldn't stand touching me, so that you could keep—"
"Marnie, I'll have no such talk in this house."
"Why not? 'Tis the truth."
Deidre stood up and slapped Marnie across the face. They stood staring at one another, shocked, both in tears. Without another word, Marnie went upstairs and finished dressing. Sheila sat on the bed watching her, her eyes huge and frightened. "Was it true, Marnie?" she whispered. "Couldn't you stand him touching you?" Marnie pulled on her shoes, then stooped and kissed her sister's cheek. As she went around the curtain, she saw all the others standing there, their faces distraught. Crying, Marnie kissed each of them, and they clung to her, sobbing. Then she went in to see her father. He was still in bed, unshaven, his hair tousled. His cheeks were wet. She leaned over him, and his arm bumped against her waist as he tried to hug her. "Goodbye, Papa," she whispered. Then she ran down the stairs, picked up her basket from the kitchen table, and left. It was evening when they got back. It had been a slow journey, and Marnie had been sick once from the jolting of the wagon. Her head ached intolerably, but it was not as bad as the agony in her heart. With his usual intuition, Raven understood, and when she moved closer to him on the wagon and rested her head on his shoulder, he bent his head against hers as if he shared her pain. At home, Marnie got down at the cottage door, and Raven took the horse under the trees to tend to it and unhitch the wagon. But another horse was already there. Raven gave a cry and raced into the cottage. The house was a shambles. Everything had been cleared from the alcoves and window ledges. Jars were emptied, boxes opened, and the 2 chests and Isaac's toolbox had been ransacked, their contents strewn. Even the bed had been searched, the blankets thrown against the wall, and the straw scattered across the floor. Marnie was standing by the table, her face full of defiance and rage. And standing by the fireplace, leaning on the mantelpiece and smiling a little, was Pierce Isherwood. In a single stride, Raven was beside Marnie. "Will I get Father Brennan?" he asked. Marnie shook her head. She said to Pierce, "Get out of my house. You have no right to be on my land or in my house. Get out!" Pierce laughed. "That's a warm and friendly greeting, sister-in-law. And I'm begging your pardon, but this is my property, and I may be here if I wish." He took a bowl from her mantelpiece and emptied the contents into his hand. They were the little pebbles Marnie used to get Raven's attention if he was across the room. "You have no right," said Marnie furiously. Raven tapped her arm, wanting her to explain what was being said, but she ignored him and went on to Pierce. "Father Brennan told me the laws of the land. This is my house. There was no will that said otherwise. That's the law, and you can't argue with it. Not you, nor all your fine judge friends." The humour died on Pierce's face. "You're a stiff-necked woman, to be sure," he said. "I see there's no way but for me to buy this place." "I'm not selling." "Well, now, that's a rash decision to make, since you don't know what I'll pay." He put the pebbles back in the bowl, replaced it, and picked up a jar. "You can offer all the gold in the world, and I won't take it," Marnie said. Raven tapped her arm again, and she shook him off, signing without speaking. "Stop touching me! I'll tell you after," she said to Pierce. "Leave my things alone. Do you be looking for something?" "Aye, a bit of justice," said Pierce angrily, peering into the empty jar and putting it back. Raven tried to get Marnie's attention again, banging the table hard with his knuckles, and she slapped his wrists. Angry and hurt, he went and leaned in the open doorway, looking at the sea, but often glancing behind him. "I'm taking this house, Marnie," Pierce was saying, his face hard and inexorable. "Will you let it go peaceably, or will you make me fight for it?" "I'll fight you to the death, sir." In the dimness, Pierce's teeth glimmered. "It just might come to that. I've heard rumours in Torquora.
They say you confessed to murder."
"They heard me say something to Father Brennan. It was none of their business, nor yours."
"It is my business if you murdered my brother, even if it was by speaking a spell."
"I didn't murder him, not by a spell, nor any other way."
"Then why did you tell the priest you did?"
"I never confessed to murder. Isaac fell from the roof while he was mending the thatch. That's the truth, and Father Brennan will tell you that."
"It seems to me that your Father Brennan will say anything you want him to say. It's not proper the way he stands up for you against the whole village. He even holds meetings with the women, telling them that your mad friend there doesn't have devils at all but is deaf, and those magic signs you use are only words made with your hands. He does a powerful lot, that priest, to defend your crafty ways. But he isn't the only one those village fools look up to now that I'm here. Be very careful, Marnie. You say you'll fight me to the death over this house. If it does come to such a fight, I know exactly how I'll win."
Pierce picked up his cloak from where he had left it on the back of a chair and walked out of the door, almost knocking Raven over as he passed. On the step, Pierce turned around, his lips curved, though his eyes were cold.
"Keep spinning words with those pretty hands of yours," he said, "and in the end you'll spin a rope to hang yourself."
This is the end of CD 5. The story will continue on CD 6. CD 6. Chapter 21. Laughing, Marnie raced Raven up the last hill and stood staggering at the top, her hands on her knees, her head bent as she tried to get her breath. He was already there, exultant because he had won as usual. "I know why you are all times first," said Marnie, standing up and wiping the sweat from her face. "You are big and more strong than me, and more ugly." "Not ugly," he signed, grinning. Marnie looked at him standing there with the late summer sun in his eyes, his tunic and shirt undone, his body tanned and muscled from rowing around the cove, and she looked away again, her cheeks pink, not only from the run. "No, you are not ugly," she said. "Now, show me your cave, that I came all this way to see." A short way ahead stood a strange group of gigantic stones, unnaturally straight and orderly, marking the end of a long grassy mound in the earth. Marnie hesitated, but Raven took her hand and led her over to them. The stones were twice Marnie's height, and seemed at first to make up a solid wall. But Raven squeezed through a small gap between the last two, and Marnie followed. They went around several rocks and down dirt steps, and suddenly Marnie found herself facing an entrance to an underground tomb. It was lined on the walls and roof by huge stones, all placed there untold centuries ago. In the semi-dark, Marnie glimpsed ghostly passages, low-roofed chambers, and secret crypts. She backed away, afraid. "It is where I sleep," said Raven. "It is where dead people sleep," she said. Raven went into the first chamber, and Marnie followed cautiously, hardly breathing in the musty air, and gripping Raven's sleeve. The tomb was lined completely with massive stones, each shaped to fit the stone next to it. Some were pillars holding up the roof, some formed shallow recesses, while others made separate chambers where ancient chieftains were long ago interred. In a deep ledge was a mouldy blanket, a broken bowl, a few gnawed bones, and several dirty cloths that perhaps had once enfolded food. Beyond the chambers, the stones receded into the dark,
so deep in the earth she could not see the end of them. "It is far inside," Raven said. "I stay here, near the sun and moon. Far inside, dead people sleep." "Are you not afraid about them?" "Why? They don't hurt me, not like other people." "Did you all times stay here?" "In the rain I stayed here," said Raven, "and in the bad cold, when—" He hesitated, then made light fluttering movements downwards with his hands, like snow falling. Then he went on, "Sometimes I stayed with Father Brennan." "In the warm times," Marnie said, "did you sleep outside in the fields?" "In the warm times I stayed in your house. Many times I stayed in your house before you came." "In my house?" She looked surprised, and Raven grinned. "It was my house before it was your house," he said. "It is all the time yours, Raven. Yours and mine." They sat in the sunny grass outside the burial chamber, facing the hills and the distant ocean. They could just see the cove and the tops of the trees that stood beside their cottage. Marnie searched the hill on the far side in case a figure walked there, but there was no one. Though 2 full moons had come and gone since that disastrous day she had returned from Fernley and found Pierce Isherwood in her home, she still feared him. She noticed heavy clouds rolling in over the sea, their shadows racing across the water towards the land. It would be a while yet before the sunlight left the hills. She lay on her back, thinking of Raven and the loneliness of his ancient sanctuary. "Tell me about your days before I came," she said. Raven lay next to her, his shoulder touching hers, his hands dark and eloquent against the blazing sky. Marnie turned her head to watch, so that when his signs involved touching his own face or the upper part of his body, she could see them properly. Always now, when he made hand words, he whispered or semi-spoke, and the sounds were almost the beginnings of speech. "Bran," he said, for Father Brennan. "When I was little," he said, "I was all the time hungry. Father Brennan gave me food, gave me sleep in his house. I don't know why I went away from his house and came here to my hole. He hit me, maybe, but not bad like the village people. Many times I stayed outside, in my hole here. I like being here, more at night, with stars and moon. The moon is a much beautiful thing. But under the moon I get hungry. In hungry times I go and watch the houses in the village. The people get food and laugh, are warm. I want to be with them. Alone is not good. Alone hurts. Alone is hungry and cold. When the people are outside in their boats or gardens, I go in their houses, get food. The people get me and are angry. All the time their mouths open, shut, like a fish outside water. All people have mouths like fish. I make fish faces the same, but I am bad. They are afraid about me, and I get angry, because I do only what they do. They are stupid. My anger, it is big like the rain and wind. In Father Brennan's house, I am angry. He is angry. And he is stupid, makes fish faces too. I break things, many things, and in different houses sometimes. The people whip me. After my angry feelings go, and I hurt. Many times they whip me. After Father Brennan washes me and gives me food, I come back here to my hole. Alone I cry.
Why? Why?
Marnie sat up so he could clearly see her hands. You feel that people are stupid when they open and shut their mouths? She asked. Raven nodded. Very stupid. I do it, and they whip me. They are stupid, all them. When people open and shut their mouths, she said, they make... She hesitated, trying to think of a way to explain sound. Putting a fist to her right ear, she flicked her hand violently outward, all her fingers spread. Sound, she said, as she did it. Raven sat up, bewildered, suspecting a joke. What? He asked, repeating the sign for sound. She took his right hand and pressed his palm against her throat. Sound, she said aloud, at the same time making the new hand word by her ear. She spoke aloud again, her hand over Raven's, so he could feel the vibrations of the sound under her skin. Then she placed his hand on his own throat and said, Talk, Raven. Say something. He shook his head, angry. Make hand words, he signed. Not the stupid fish face. I don't like that. It's not stupid, she said, using hand words and her voice. She made the sign for sound again, and made him hold his palm flat against her throat while she talked. Do you feel, she began, and shook her hand slightly, like a trembling. Do you feel that in my neck? He nodded. She put his hand on his own throat again, and talked to him aloud. He mimicked her, feeling the vibrations, annoyed because they made no sense. You are making sound, she said. That sound makes words in my ear. You are stupid, he signed. Words are with the hands. Only with you, she said. Only with you and with me. All other people make words with their mouths. That is what they do when they open and shut their mouths. They make a sound, make words, like our hand words, but different. Keeping her hands still, she said to him, clearly, so he could read her lips, People make words with their mouths. They say words about work, about food, words about Father Brennan, words about you, me. Make good words to me, he signed, picking up her hands. He was upset, confused. I am making good words, she signed, speaking as well. I am making words about work, about food, and Father Brennan, and you and me. All people make sounds when they make fish faces. They don't have hand words like you. They don't have to see the words. They can hear. She put a hand behind her ear, as if listening carefully to signify hearing. They can hear the sounds their mouths make when they open and shut. That is why they don't make words with their hands, only their mouths. But you are different. You can't hear the sounds. You have to see the words made with hands. Stunned, Raven shook his head. A bitter wind had sprung up, and it dashed his hair across his face. I am the same like other people, he said, his hand movement swift and furious. The same. No, you are different. The same. He leapt up and stormed off down the hill. Marnie ran after him, saw that he was crying, and tried to take his arm. He shook her off. She ran to keep up with him, signing, trying to explain, but he slapped at her hands, breaking the talk he did not want to know. I want to talk to you, she shouted. They both were shaking, their faces and hands blue with the cold. Go away, he signed. You are like the whip on my back. He ran on, and she stared after him, anguished. Above the sea, huge clouds were banking up, and the sun vanished, and a violent wind was lashing the waves to white. Raven flung open the door of the cottage and went inside. A bowl on the table contained the last sweet-scented flowers of summer. and he swept it off, smashing the bowl on the hearth. Father Brannan's cross was on the table too, and he picked it up and flung it across the room. A cold wind blew in, and he slammed the door shut, then leaned against it, panting, his head in his hands. After a while he picked up the scattered flowers, putting them in another bowl. He was still picking up the pieces of the broken bowl when Marnie came in, carrying the clothes that had been drying on the trees. She dropped them onto the bed and began folding them. Raven touched her arm, and she stopped and looked at him. "Why do they whip me?" he asked. "Because I am stupid?" Marnie put down the shirt she was folding and faced him. "You are not stupid," she said. "You are no times stupid. You are different. When you try to make words with your mouth, when you make the fish faces, you say things people don't know." "Stupid things?" "No, your things. Different sounds, not words. People are afraid. They are afraid about people who are different." He turned away, leaning on the window ledge, looking at the sea. Marnie finished folding the clothes, put them away, then started the fire again. She looked for some potatoes to prepare a meal, and noticed their supplies were low. Soon she would have to go and see Father Brennan and beg for food. Standing at the table, she began to prepare the vegetables. Raven turned around, rapping the opposite edge of the table to attract her attention, and she looked up to watch his words. "You are different," he said. "Are they afraid about you?" "Why am I different?" "In Tokura, the people work together, fishing, looking after their gardens, fixing their nets or their boats. Their mouths make words. They are happy, laughing. All times they work 2 or 3, maybe more. Together. You are alone. You stay away from people. The man, Pierce, the Tokura people, are all angry with you. They don't come here to see you, only Father Brennan. And your mother, she is angry with you. You are like me, different, alone." His face was tender, sad, and Marnie looked down at the potato in her hands and did not speak. Raven took the potato from her, putting it down on the table with the knife. Gently he touched her cheek, sliding his fingers down under her chin and lifting her face so he could see her eyes. "Ah, Man," he said with his voice. It was the first time he had spoken her name, and Marnie was so moved she turned her face towards his hand and kissed his palm. A gust of wind forced the door open, swinging it back hard against the wall. Marnie rushed to close it. At that moment, lightning flashed, so intense it struck everything it touched with lurid blue, and made the shadows purple. Thunder crashed, shaking the ground. The skies were livid. "The chickens!" Marnie cried. "They must come in here with us. Them and the goat. It's not good that they are outside. They will maybe get hurt." Raven nodded. "You stay here. I'll get them," he said, and ran out. Lightning ripped across the skies again, and thunder boomed, and then came the rain, falling in solid sheets across the cove, streaming down over the cottage roof and hissing on the ground outside. It seemed as if the very heavens cracked open, and the floodwaters from another world were poured out upon the earth. The cottage grew dark, and Marnie lit a candle and placed it on the table, then looked out of one of the tiny windows. Raven was battling the wind down on the beach, his clothes thrashed to his skin by the wind and driving rain, as he pulled the boat to higher ground and turned it upside down so it would not fill with water. Then he moved the horse, tethering it close to the wall of the house, in the side sheltered from the storm. He spent a long time looking for the hens. Eventually he came in, saturated and blue with the cold, but with only one hen. "I see 2 more," he said, "stupid and afraid, hard to catch." "You must get them, and the goat," she demanded. Sighing, he went out again. At last the goat was safely in the house, and 3 of the 5 hens. "I can't find the last 2 chickens," Raven told her, shivering, water flying off his fingers as he talked, his feet making puddles on the floor between the stones. "Go and look again," Marnie said. "Maybe they are hurt. If you won't look, I will." Muttering strange noises Marnie clearly guessed the meaning of, Raven went outside again. While he was out, Marnie began cooking their midday meal, putting the last of their precious bacon in a pan over the embers with slices of potatoes. Suddenly there was a crack outside above the roof, and the sound of something crashing over the house. Stones and grit and ancient mortar poured down the chimney and across the hearth, falling into the food and filling the house with smoke. The hens flapped wildly, and the goat bleated in terror. Marnie leapt back from the fireplace, hot soot and ashes scattered across her bare feet. She rushed to the bucket of water by the door and poured it over her burns. Raven burst in, almost knocking her over as he flung open the door. His face was pale, and he shivered from cold and fright. "You hurt?" he asked. "My feet," she replied, and put down the bucket. Raven helped her to a chair. They both were coughing in the smoke, and already their faces were covered with a dusting of soot and ash. The tops of Marnie's feet were scorched, and Raven ran to fill the bucket again from the stream. He put a large bowl under her feet and gently ran the cold water over them again and again to stop the burning. Sobbing quietly with pain, Marnie looked through the settling dust at the devastation in the fireplace. The fire had been almost extinguished by the broken chimney stones that had fallen into it. Debris was scattered over the hearth and across the floor. Bits of ancient blackened nests, shattered stones, embers still red hot, and fragments of old mortar. Much of it had fallen in the cauldron, which fortunately had been almost empty. The frying pan lay lopsided in the ashes, the food ruined. Most of the soot swirling in the house went out the windows or back up the chimney, and Marnie was thankful that at least the chimney was not blocked. If anything, it worked better for the clean-out. Raven explained what he had seen from outside. "The high thing," he said, meaning the chimney. "A tree came down over it. It's broke." "All broke?" Marnie asked. "This many on top." He indicated a piece as long as his forearm. "All the tree came down?" she asked, worrying about the thatch. "No, it broke. Hit the high thing and went on the grass." Going over to the hearth, he picked the frying pan out of the ashes and tried to take the stones and grit out of the bacon. "I'll wash it in the stream," he said. "Will you get more water in the bucket, please?" she asked. He went out again into the pouring rain, and Marnie hitched up her skirts so they did not drag on her burns, and limping began to sweep the floor and hearth. When Raven came in, he made her sit down again and cleaned the hearth himself. Suddenly he gave a surprised cry, picked something out of the debris, and took it over to Marnie. She polished it on her skirt, and discovered that it was a ring, very large and ornate, with several pieces of coloured glass clutched in blackened claws. It was ugly, gaudy, the kind of bauble that gypsies sold for a penny to eager children. Marnie dropped the ring in her lap and said to Raven, "Sometimes the black and white birds, they take things from houses and hide them in their nests. When the nest came down, this came with it." "What is it?" he asked. "A child's plaything. It's not beautiful." "Can I have it?" She gave it to him, and he tried to put it on. It was too big, so he put it in an alcove by the fireplace and went on with the cleaning. When it was done, he got the fire going again and put the washed bacon on to finish frying. He looked like a chimney sweep, his wet face and clothes grimy with soot. He took the soap outside and washed in the stream, stripping off his clothes and washing them too in the swift waters. Afterwards he briefly looked again for the missing hens, but could not find them. Naked and shivering so much that his teeth clattered, he went back inside, dropping his clothes in a pile just inside the door. Marnie was sitting in her chair, but she had put the bowls away, and there was a towel warming for Raven by the fire. Beside it were dry clothes from Isaac's chest. Marnie sat with her eyes lowered while Raven dressed, though he never seemed to care whether or not she watched. The cottage filled again with the tantalizing aroma of bacon, and Raven hung a fresh pot of water over the fire for tea. When he was dry and dressed, he knelt on the floor in front of Marnie and took her feet in his hands. They were blistering, but the burns were clean, the skin unbroken. With great care, he patted them dry with his towel, making sure they were clean. At her instruction, he got the oil from her chest and spread some gently on her burns. Then he crouched in front of her, his arms across her lap, and signed, "Do you want me to get you warm water, and you can wash? Your face is black, your hair is like an old woman's from the dirt." Smiling, she nodded. "Thank you. I will wash my face and hands. Tomorrow I'll go outside and wash all over in the rain, like you. Your feet, they hurt bad?" "Yes." "What can I do to stop your hurt?" "Nothing more," she said. "You do everything, and you make me all right. Thank you." Very gently he touched her sooty cheek. "If there was a way," he said, "I'd take your hurt and carry it for you." The next day, Marnie woke to the homely sounds of Raven building up the fire and making a drink. The smoke from the peat was fragrant, earth-sweet, and room-warm. Raven's blankets were tidily folded in one corner. The hens clucked softly under the table, where he had scattered grain for them, and the goat was bleating plaintively by the door. It had gnawed on Raven's blankets in the night, so he had tethered it to the door latch, where it could do no damage. Outside the tempest was worse, the wind a screaming gale. The waves pounded the beach, their crests streaming spray like tattered mist, their white fingers clawing at the very edges of the grass. Marnie got out of bed, wrapped a blanket about herself, and watched from her tiny window. "The sea," she asked anxiously, "will it come and take our house?" Laughing a little, Raven gave her a cup of marigold tea. "The sea will no time come to your house," he said. He leaned on the deep window ledge beside her, marvelling at the fury outside, his face alight as if he exulted in it. Marnie tried to imagine what it was like for him, seeing the violence but hearing nothing. Surely half the world was lost to him. She put down her cup and touched his arm. "The sea," she said. "It makes sound, a huge sound, when it comes over the beach." Raven looked stunned. "What sound?" "Huge. I can't hear my mouth words when the sea and wind make their huge sound. Seabirds make sound, high, hard sound. My chickens make sound, soft, low sound." "Your chickens are not high in the sky like seabirds," Raven said. "That is why their sound is low. It's on the dirt." Marnie half laughed and shook her head. "It's different." "Why?" "I have no more words. Sorry." Later in the day the wind dropped, but the rain did not abate. The pain in Marnie's burned feet eased, and she felt better, though she wanted to wash, and to use the lavatory hole under the trees. To Raven's amusement, she limped outside wearing only her white shift, taking the soap with her, and washed her gritty hair in the heavy rain. Raven went out too, wearing nothing, and did a crazy dance on the edge of the foaming sea. He signed to Marnie to come into the water with him, but she stood with her hair plastered across her face, laughing too much to move, and pretending she was not looking. Suddenly he raced over to her, swept her up in his arms, and carried her, screaming and laughing and struggling, down to the sea. He strode out into the edge of the breakers, and Marnie shut her eyes in terror, her arms clutched about his neck. Foam and spray flew all around, and the water surged about Raven's waist, flowing over Marnie's body to her shoulders. To her astonishment, the sea was warmer than the wind, its foam soft and bubbling like apple cider. Raven danced with her, holding her firmly, the waves swirling and eddying about them. Feeling braver, Marnie opened her eyes, but when she saw the sea rolling towards her, white and thundering, she quickly shut them again and pressed her face into Raven's neck. Her arms were so tight about him, he was almost choked, and they both were laughing, jubilant. He carried her back to the house, not putting her down until they were by the fire. She stood shivering in the smoky warm, awkward, her face averted, too aware of his nakedness, of her thin shift plastered to her skin, of the overwhelming closeness of him. Raven lifted his hand and touched her chin, turning her head so she looked at him. He was breathing hard, exhilarated, his face dripping with the water that ran from his hair, his long black lashes wet from the rain and sea. He was no longer the starving boy she had met on the beach outside the alehouse at Torkura. He was a young man, strong and compelling. His beard was deeper, soft, and the duskiness of it, with his sleek hair and straight black brows, made his violet-grey eyes more vivid, more full of light. He was all shining, pure and unflawed. His hand moved on her face, caressing her, stroking the water from her skin, smoothing back her tangled hair. She was trembling, her eyes not meeting his. He moved his hand down, his fingers gentle on her throat, and slow across her wet clothes, across her breasts. "You are moon good, beautiful," he signed. Briefly her eyes met his, and he saw the wariness there, the longing mixed with fear. He touched her again, and she shook her head and turned away. Confused and wanting, he took hold of her wrist. He did not mean to grip her hard, but when she tried to move away, he held her more tightly. Suddenly she pulled free, turning on him, afraid and fierce. "Don't hold me!" she shouted. Devastated, Raven stared at her. She stared back, as shocked as he was, realizing what she had done. "I'm sorry," she said, trembling. "I'm sorry, Raven." Raven picked up the towel he had used earlier and began drying himself. He faced the corner where he slept, as was the custom when he and Marnie were dressing or having a wash. Sick with regret, Marnie found another towel and got dried and dressed, then sat on her stool by the hearth, dreading the sound of Raven walking out. But when he was dressed, he came and sat with her, on the other side of the fire. "Why are you afraid about me?" he asked, close to tears. "I see it in your eyes, in all you. It hurts me. I will no time hurt you. Are you afraid because I'm different, because I can't make mouth words the way you do? Don't you like me? Am I stupid, ugly? Am I bad?" "No, there is nothing bad about you, Raven. I know you will no time hurt me, but I am not afraid. That word is too strong. There are other words, but I don't know how to say them with my hands. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm stupid." He smiled, though his grey eyes were solemn and gentle on her. "Not stupid," he said. "I know the word." Slowly, He put his hand over his face, his fingers slightly spread, so he could just look through. "Not bad afraid," he said. "Soft afraid, like a little bird when I hold out food to it. It wants to come, and it wants to fly away. Soft afraid." Marnie gazed into the fire, away from the look in his eyes. "A good word," she signed. Chapter 22. Father Brennan stood with the other people of the village, gazing up at the tree leaning against the church wall, and the broken stained glass window behind the battered branches. Beyond the fallen tree and the church roof, an insipid sun gleamed through vaporous clouds. The fisherfolk were sombre, clutching their ragged cloaks and shawls close against the wind, their faces white and drawn. "'Tis a fair bit of damage, all right," said the man nearest the priest. "And it were the pride of our church, that window." "The pride of a church is its cross, Riley," replied Father Brennan, pushing his cold hands further into his thick sleeves. "Though I must admit, the window was a wondrous thing as well." "We'll never replace it, not with most of our boats needing mending and all," said a woman, holding a little boy close in her patched skirts to keep him warm. "Our money won't stretch every which way, but we'll be helping all we can, Father." "We can put an ordinary window in its place," said Father Brennan. The coloured glass was pleasing to the eye, but it wasn't vital in the saving of our souls, nor as vital as mended fishing boats in the saving of our bodies. The group was joined by a man wearing a fashionable knee-length tunic, finely woven leggings, and costly boots. He sauntered over and stared up at the broken window. "You're lucky the church wall wasn't damaged as well," he remarked. "Luck had nothing to do with it, Sir Isherwood," said Father Brennan sharply. "The Almighty's quite capable of telling a tree where to fall." "He should have made it fall the other way, then," said Pierce. "Not if he wasn't particularly pleased with the window," returned the priest. "He took a mighty long time making up his mind about it," muttered an old fisherman. "That window was there when my father's father were a weanling. It would be a great pity not to replace it. And it were lovely, the way the colours from it spread across our heads when we were praying, like light from heaven itself." "Well, we've got no money for it," said a young mother, with 3 children tugging at her skirts. "That window must have cost a king's fortune. We'll never afford another." Pierce said very softly, "I have a liking for old churches such as this, and I would like a fit memorial for my brother in the village where he died. If I paid for the making of a new window, would you carve into the stone underneath that it is in memory of Isaac Isherwood?" He looked at Father Brennan, waiting for an answer, but the priest was gazing up at the tree, frowning, as if he had not heard. "That is a very generous and Christian thing you offer, Sir Isherwood," said one of the men, impressed. "And we would all be forever grateful to you, sir." "Well, we shall have to pray about the matter," said Father Brennan gruffly. "In the meanwhile, there's a tree must be cut up, and the wood given to those who need it for repairs. There will be 5 days' work in it, and I can't be doing it alone. Who'll help?" Several youths said they would, and then Pierce Isherwood said casually, "I'd like to help, if I may. I've a strong horse and a good wagon. I could deliver the wood to those who need it, and I've a sharp axe I know how to use." "But you're a lord, sir," cried one of the elderly men. "That's of no account," said Pierce, with an engaging smile. "I'm a visitor here, and I share your misfortunes and your work. I wouldn't be much help mending your boat, since I've no skill at putting wood together, but I'm a fair hand at chopping it up." "Your brother was a carpenter, wasn't he?" "Aye, he was the clever one at putting things together." "It was a terrible thing, his death," murmured an old woman. "We were awful shocked, considering the circumstances and all. It would be fitting to have a window dedicated to his name, to make up for it in a way.
"Well, I suppose he died doing what he loved best, mending things," said Pierce, his face suddenly sorrowful, though he still had a gentle smile. "It was a sad accident, seeing as he was not really old." "Accident, was it?" said a man bitterly. "There's some of us have a different word for it." At that moment, Marnie and Raven came around the church corner. Unaware at first of the villagers gathered about, they smiled together and sometimes laughed, their dark heads bent close. As they walked, they talked with their hands, and to the watchful village folk the signs seemed strange and mystical. But stranger still was the madman's transformation. "Lord a mercy," breathed an old woman. "'Tis Raver, clean and mild and manly, and with all his demons gone." Noticing the village folk, Marnie and Raven stopped. Firmly holding Raven's hand and ignoring the stares and sudden hush, Marnie went over to Father Brennan. "Good morning, Father," she said. "Good morning, Marnie," he replied, smiling, though his blue eyes were apprehensive. "As you see, we've had a mishap at the church." She glanced up at the broken window, then turned to Raven. "Give Father Brennan the gold," she said, speaking aloud as well. Gold was the only word they had for money, and Raven gave 2 copper coins to the priest. Seeing the mysterious signs again, and the way Raven obeyed, meek as a lamb, the astounded villagers began murmuring. "I'm sorry to see the window like that, Father," Marnie said. "We came to buy some food from you, but I'll go without a bit so as you can have a coin to help with the church's mending." "We don't want your money in it," shouted a man. "Her money's as good as yours," said Father Brennan, "and I'd be careful what else I'd say about it, since the money came in the first place from the estate of Sir Isherwood here." Marnie noticed the man Pierce, and her face went hard. "Good morning, sister-in-law," he said cheerfully. "Did you get through the storm all right in that worthy little house?" "Aye, sir, I did," she replied coldly. "So did I," he said, his eyes amused. "I'm renting the cottage that belonged to Widow Orley until my business here is finished. It's as well I am here. They need all hands to mend the damage from the storm." Marnie turned to Father Brennan again. "If you're not too busy, Father," she said, "I'd like some bread and flour and some more candles, please." "You should be lighting candles in the church, not in your wicked house," shouted a man. "You should be lighting them for that poor soul you did away with." Father Brennan strode over to the man and hit him so hard he stumbled and fell. As the man lay on the ground, fingering the bruise on his jaw, Father Brennan said, very quiet, but so all could hear, "I'll not tolerate that talk." Old Finian's witness was very clear. The death scene showed it was an accident, beyond doubt. There's 2 of us testify to that. "Aye, 'tis true," cried Finian, stepping forward. "I saw the man's corpse, and I'll swear it was an accident that killed him. I saw the roof all broke and the straw all over the place, like he had clutched wild-like at it to stop himself from tumbling down. I saw." "Finian's witness is true before God and man," said Father Brennan. "I'll swear on my very soul that there was no curse that made Isaac Isherwood die, and if I hear one more word of doubt, I'll break the head of the fool who speaks it." Pierce Isherwood watched and listened, his black eyes narrowed, his face inscrutable. Uncertain, wary, the village folk stared as Raven's hands made their curious signs again, and Marnie's hands replied. The air between them seemed alive, potent, filled with supernatural understandings and magical communion. Then the priest touched Raven's arm and took him and the widow over to his house. One old woman made the sign of the cross and stared after them with streaming eyes. "I think I've seen a miracle," she whispered. "It was Raver himself, a proper gentleman." "You're a fool, Mother Moore," said another woman harshly. "That's no miracle. It's uncanny what she's done. You saw the hands. He's bewitched. She's working a power on him, and on us too, most like. We shouldn't be seeing things like that, lest our hands started twitching too." Several people furtively slid their hands in their pockets or put them in their armpits, pretending to warm them. Some of the mothers hurried their children away, back to the safety of their homes. Finian took his wife's arm and went away, shaking his head. Those remaining started to talk, and Pierce Isherwood listened, a smile beginning to curl his lips. One of the men remembered he was there, and said, "You've lived here a while now, sir, and doubtless you've heard about your brother's widow, and how she admitted it was her fault that your poor brother met an untimely end. As you see, Father Brennan has taken it upon himself to overlook the matter, saying we're all sorely mistook, and it weren't murder at all. But it does bother the souls of simple folks like ourselves, seeing as 3 of our number heard her confess with their own ears. Will you be taking the matter further, sir?" Pierce said nothing for a while, just stood frowning and thoughtful, as if more important things than murder were being considered in his head. At last he murmured, "Aye, it is worrying, but I'll not be doing anything about it. Old Finian is not a fool, and I accept his word on the matter." He hesitated, looking deeply troubled. Slowly he added, "To tell the truth, I'm more concerned about your village, and about you gentlefolks." "Why, sir?" asked a woman. "It's not us she's caught, but Raver." "It's not that simple, good mother," said Pierce, measuring his words carefully, as if reluctant to speak. "Well, tell us what's on your mind, sir, seeing as we respect a lord," urged one of the men. "I'm not one to spread alarm," said Pierce very softly, and the wind blowing about his breathless audience spread his words like wildfire in parched wheat. "In truth, it is your priest who should be warning you. But I fear he may be trapped in it too, and blinded. It's wisest, I think, not to speak of it to him, for it will only make him defend her more. But the words must be spoke, and though I'm loath that they should come from me, you have a right to hear them." He hesitated again, and a woman prompted him, her voice eager and dreading. "A right to hear what, sir?" "I fear there's worse than murder crawling in this place," said Pierce, his tones hushed. "I've seen this thing before. Its evil shadow creeping over folks as pure and reverent as yourselves. You saw her talking with her fingers, spinning words in thin air that only the madman could hear. It isn't just a simple skill that comes from out her hands and weaves that power between her and her paramour. It's something far worse. Something devilish and shameful and mortal dangerous." They waited, hanging on his every word, and he looked around them all, his dark eyes grave and full of warning, as he told them, whispering, "'Tis witchcraft." Chapter 23. Marnie opened the leather case that was Isaac's, took out a quill and the bottle of ink, and placed them beside the clean sheets of parchment. On the table nearby, propped up against a jar of salt, was the sheet of names Father Brennan had written for her. She took the lid off the ink, placed a blank page in front of her, and moved the candle so the light shone on it and on the page of Father Brennan's. For a long time she studied his writing, comparing the roundness of the letters and the angles of the strokes. Carefully, as if taking part in a holy ritual, she dipped the quill in the ink, wiping off the excess ink the way she had seen the priest do, and with breath held and her hand shaking a little, she wrote the first letter of her name. Then she put down the pen and sat back to study the result. The letter was wobbly, without the flourish and smooth flow of Father Brennan's script, but it was passable. Satisfied, she picked up the sheet and blew the ink dry. She put the parchment down again and was about to take up the pen when she heard a noise outside. Lifting her head, she listened, wondering if it was Raven back. He had been gone 2 days. She glanced out of the window and saw the sky full of stars. It would be a full moon tonight. He seldom stayed in their house when the moon was full. It was his favourite time for the fields and the wildness of his other life. The noises came again, and the horse whinnied, disturbed. Marnie got up and peered out of her window. The beach was deserted. She drew the bolt across the door, then sat down again. For several minutes she sat listening, then shook her head and picked up the pen. 3 more times she wrote the letter M, each time improving it. Again she heard noises. It was someone down on the beach, dragging something heavy along the sand. Foreboding swept over Marnie, and she forced herself to go again and peer out of the window. But it was only Raven, pulling their boat higher on the beach, away from the tide. Obviously Marnie had not brought it high enough herself when she came back from fishing that afternoon. Breathing easily once more, smiling at her needless fear, she removed the bolt and went and sat at the table again. Raven came in shortly after, making quiet, joyful noises to himself. Pulling up a stool close to her chair, he leaned his elbows on the table and looked at what she had done. There was never any greeting from him, or explanation of where he had been. Always he picked up life with her as if only moments had passed since they were last together. "Yours?" he signed, indicating the letters she had made. He was shivering, and his bare feet, touching hers under the table, were like ice. "I'm showing myself how to make parchment words," she said. "One day I'll ask Father Brennan to show me how to make all the words, not only these." "Why?" "Because I want to know." "Why?" "All times, why? It is Raven's favourite word." He smiled, his eyes warm and brilliant in the candlelight. "Marnie is my favourite word," he said. She bent over her writing again, her hair covering her face. Raven touched her wrist so she would watch his hands. "It is huge, beautiful out there," he said. "I'm going to my far house, where the big stones be." "To your hole?" "No, to different stones, where I dance. Will you come with me?" "Now?" "Now is the most better time, with the moon big." "I'd like to come," she said. "Do you want to eat first?" "We can eat and walk same time. I want to be there before the sun." Quickly, Marnie cut some bread, putting thick wedges of cold cooked bacon and cheese between the slices, and wrapped some cold baked potatoes in a cloth. Then she got her cloak, and Isaac's fur-lined cloak for Raven. It was nearly autumn now, and the nights were chilly. Raven blew out the candle and made sure the fire was safe, and they left. The path Raven took up the mountain was steep and narrow, winding between huge rugged stones wreathed in mist. Marnie breathed hard, her breath white in the darkness. Raven walked just ahead of her, his strides long and sure, Isaac's heavy cloak slung over his shoulder. Marnie hurried to keep up with him, struggling to see rabbit holes and stinging nettles, too afraid to look at the shadowy rocks around. She was not used to walking in the dark. Raven was the only person she knew who willingly walked at night, unafraid of fairy folk or witches or the walking dead. Once she did dare to look behind her and glimpsed a shadow melting into mist. Sensing her fear, Raven waited for her and took her hand, and they ascended the last hill together. Beyond them stretched a great valley. In the centre of it was a circular embankment, worn low by wind and time, and inside, on the plain of moon-drenched grass, stood a circle of stones. Hand in hand, Raven and Marnie walked down into the valley and onto the sacred place. As they neared the stones, Marnie's footsteps slowed.
Like ancient sentinels, the stones leaned dark and overpowering against the wheeling stars. The air seemed alive, the shining silence still ringing with the songs of bygone worshippers. Marnie shivered, remembering the warnings she had heard about these places. Warnings of heathen gods, spirit forces, and forbidden rites. But Raven embraced the stones, stroking them, sensing their primal force. After a while he removed his clothes and began to dance. Standing in the heart of the stone circle, he turned slowly, his head back and his eyes closed, his arms uplifted. He was singing in that husky voice of his, words and songs only he knew, his hands describing signs towards the stars. Rising between the stones behind him was the moon, thin like a slice of white melon, perfectly round and luminous. Its brightness spilled across the grass between the shadows of the stones, turning the earth blue and striking Raven's body with pure light. He danced in its silver silence, transfigured. Sometimes he cried out, almost words that Marnie imagined she caught the meaning of, but mostly he just made his hand signs, graceful and wide so the moon could see. Marnie watched him, her eyes wet, longing for lost innocence, for that oneness with the perfect earth. She yearned to dance as Raven danced, as surely Adam and Eve had danced in newborn Eden. "Marn," Raven said, smiling at her across the grass. His hands made the words, "Dance with me in the stones." Shyly she shook her head. "Why?" he signed, coming over to her. "I don't know how," she said. "I'll show you. It's not hard." Gently he removed her cloak, dropping it on the grass, then knelt and unbound her shoes. She was trembling, her eyes downcast. Slowly he unlaced the front of her dress and untied her belt, and the heavy folds slid down her to the ground. Shaking, she felt his fingers undoing the ties on the front of her shift. For a few moments she let him, then she shook her head and he stopped. Taking her hands, he drew her towards the centre of the stone ring. "I'll dance. You dance the same," he said. With joy, uninhibited and spontaneous, he lifted his arms again to the skies. Hesitantly, Marnie raised her hands. Raven spun in slow, graceful circles, and she followed him, feeling the grass cold and wet beneath her feet, the night breeze deliciously cool on her skin. In and out of the shadows of the stones they danced, and after a while Marnie forgot herself and did not care that her shift was undone, or that Raven might watch. In the end she danced as he did, with eyes half closed and her body at one with the moonlight and the night, unaware of self, unaware of everything but this freedom, this cleansing unity with the earth and sky and God. At last Raven stopped, leaning against one of the stones to rest, his breathing deep and misty in the air. Marnie leaned next to him, her face half veiled by her wind-blown hair, her clothes awry, and her body drenched in moonlight, perfect, beautiful, beyond words. "Ah, man," he said huskily, looking at her. Turning her head, she saw the yearning in his eyes. For long moments she stood very still, wanting him to touch her, afraid that he might. But he sighed and went a little way apart and put on his clothes. Marnie shook the creases from her damp dress and put it on, then pulled on her shoes and wrapped her cloak firmly about herself. For a few moments she and Raven stood in the centre of the stone circle again, looking at the moon going down behind the awesome stones, and the eastern skies shimmering with the first hint of dawn. Raven kissed her forehead, so softly that she hardly felt his lips, and they began the long walk home. They did not talk, but walked with their arms about each other, their footsteps quick and in harmony with the dew-wet grass, their hair dusted with the mist.
The skies were blushing orange along the horizon when they climbed over the last hill and saw their cove spread out below. They could not see the cottage or the beach, only the group of huge old trees, their branches black against the sea and lightening sky. Heading towards the trees, they walked with their eyes downcast, because the ground was rough. In a shallow place behind the trees, they crossed the little bubbling stream, then went down beside the water to the house. As they rounded the corner they stopped, and Raven's arm tightened about her. A crowd was gathered on the beach. Several men carried burning torches, the flames blood-bright against the dark blue sea. Silent they stood, grim and sombre, as they clutched their ropes and clubs. A horse and wagon waited outside the cottage, not too close to it. For a long time they stood looking at one another, the widow and the madman on one side, on the other the crowd that had come with a solemn and holy purpose, and no one spoke. Then a man called out, "If you come quiet, Widow Isherwood, it will go easier with you. But fight us, and we'll burn your house, and you and your paramour with it." "What do you want?" she called. "You witch!" called someone else. "We won't harm Raver because he's ignorant, and you've put a spell on him, and he can't help it. But you know what you've been doing, and it's against all the laws of nature and of God." Marnie signed to Raven. "It's me they want, not you." "Why?" he asked. He was shaking more than she was. "I don't know." To the people she called, "What have I done? What is it I'm supposed to be guilty of?" There was no reply. Deathly quiet hung over the beach, broken only by the waves tumbling on the shore. "I haven't sinned with Raven," she cried. "I haven't done anything wrong. Ask Father Brennan." "We can't ask him," yelled a man. "You've bewitched him as well. You tempted him here to your very house and put your evil spells on him." Horror washed over her. Was there no limit to their dreadful stupidity? She looked for Finian, remembering that once before he had spoken on her behalf, and might do so again. But he was not here. Beside her, Raven signed. "What are they saying with their mouths?" But she shook her head, unable to tell him. "Where is Father Brennan?" Raven asked. "He will help." The man was yelling again, and Marnie put her hand across Raven's, stopping his signs. "You'll not use that magic talk again, witch," cried the man. "Come to us quiet, or we'll burn your house and force you." "Run away," Marnie signed to Raven. "Go to the stones, hide, fast, don't come back." But he stood, holding her tight, his eyes fixed on the crowd. They were all yelling now, screaming at the witch to surrender. A man stepped towards her house, and Marnie moved away from Raven. He walked with her, every nerve taut, ready to flee or fight. "Father Brennan," he signed. "I'll get Father Brennan." "No," she said, signing quickly, urgent, because they were coming for her, hissing and shrieking and crossing themselves and stumbling on the dark stones. "Run, Raven!" Then they were all around her, clutching at her arms, spitting at her, dragging her towards the wagon. She pulled back, stumbled and fell, and someone kicked her in the stomach. Retching, she tried to crawl away, but feet and legs surged about her, and rough hands were hauling on her clothes, dragging her by the hair, wrenching her arms and legs and punching her. And somewhere in the turmoil were Raven's awful howls, wild and mad and raging. She screamed and bit, and a sack was yanked over her head and tied about the neck. Choking, gasping for breath, she clawed at the rope to loosen it. Darkness and terror, and Raven still howling, and then his cries stopped. Fury overwhelmed her. Like a wildcat she fought, until they gripped her hands and forced them behind her, binding them so tight they ached. She felt herself lifted and thrown on something hard.
Then she was moving, helpless, blind, half suffocated, and there was only the rumble of the wagon wheels and the frenzy of the crowd, savage and triumphant and screaming for a hanging. Chapter 24. The worst part was the darkness, the stifling heat of the hood over her head, and her own fear choking her. All the time the people howled and screamed, and she never knew whether at any moment she would be strung up to hang, or thrown in a fire, or drowned. It was the unknowing that tortured her, more than the bloodlust and the hate. She tried to pray, but the wagon rattled her to the very bones, and she had bitten her tongue, and there was blood in her mouth, and sweat running down all of her, and she could not think for terror. At last the jolting stopped, and there was quiet. Hands took hold of her, and she was dragged off the wagon. She ached all over, and trembled so much she could hardly stand. They forced her to walk a short distance, and she stumbled, totally blinded by the hood. All around were men breathing hard, and people murmuring. Smoke wafted over her, and she smelled fire. She drew back, struggling against the ropes that bound her, but rough hands forced her on. Then she was grabbed and made to stop. Hands were about her neck, and she thought they were going to hang her, and sobbed as she began the Lord's Prayer. But they were only taking off the hood. She was in the churchyard, facing the wall of the church where the window was broken. The sun had risen, but this side of the church was in shadow, the earth dim and the grey walls misty and indistinct. She could just make out the shape of the stump of the great tree that had fallen, breaking the window. People stood around, blurred on the edge of her sight, dark and silent and featureless like ghosts. On the ground in front of her, a fire burned, and a rod of iron lay across it, heating. Marnie's breath came in painful gasps, and sweat ran down her face into her eyes. She tried to speak, but could not. She looked for Father Brennan, but he was not there. Only these people, their bloodless lips half grinning, their eyes hollow and burning like the fire. "'Tis a long time since we tried a witch," said an old woman from behind Marnie. Her voice was eager, breathless. "You know what you have to be doing, Ulton." The man called Ulton stepped forward. He was middle-aged, large and strong, and the people respected him. I know," he said, licking his lips. "When the iron's hot enough, it'll be done." "We ought to be quick, afore Father Brennan gets back," said another man. "That's what his lordship said." "No point till the iron's hot," replied Ulton. Marnie stood very straight and still, watching him, watching them all. She was thirsty, her throat so dry she wanted to retch, and she wished with all her heart that she would faint. But the morning air was icy on her cheeks, and she shivered from cold and terror, all her senses sharpened by fear. She looked at the fire, at the iron rod red-tipped in the flames. Then she looked at Ulton. He smiled, his eyes narrowed, leering. "What will you do to me?" she whispered, almost choking. "What will you do?" "Well now, witch, 'tis the judgment of the glowing iron for you," he said. "If it burns you bad, you'll be guilty, and if it doesn't, you'll be innocent." He went over to the fire and spat on the iron bar. His spit sizzled, and he smiled again, almost satisfied. Then he came back. "But first, there's another thing to be done," he said to Marnie softly. "First, we be needing to examine your body for devil's marks." He grinned, looking her up and down, and passed his tongue across his lips again. There was a bellow from across the churchyard, and Father Brennan burst into the startled gathering. In a moment his eyes took in the fire, the iron across it, and Marnie standing bound. He went and took her by the shoulders and looked at her face, seeing the bruises, the blood on her chin, the terror. "Oh, Marnie, child," he cried, "what have they done to you?" He went behind her and unbound her hands. Several of the people moved back, but the man Ulton stood his ground. Father Brennan turned on him, I thought you had some sense, man, he cried. What is this, a witch trial? Aye, said Ulton. We were going to do it, father, good and proper. We know what to do. Old Mother Betty told us. Oh, she did she? Shouted the priest. And what sort of trial was that? Done outside the church, without a priest, without the sacraments, without the judgment of the Almighty involved? We were told not to have a priest, said Ulton, lifting his chin and daring to meet Father Brennan's fiery eyes, since the priest too was under her spell, like the madman. We couldn't have you, father. That's why we waited until you was away, visiting another parish. You weren't coming back till tonight, father. No, I wasn't, said Father Brennan, breathing hard, his hands clenching into fists. But the horse hurt its foot in a rabbit hole, and I had to walk back. I reckon the Almighty must have arranged it to stop this wickedness. There's only one wickedness, said Ulton, and you're bewitched and too blind to see it, father. I tell you with respect and with my love, seeing as you've been my priest all these years. But we're all in danger, and so are you, and she has to be stopped. And what's she done that has to be stopped? Asked Father Brennan. She's a witch, father. She's laid a spell on Raver and put him and his devils under her power. She makes magic in the air with her hands and commands him in ways that aren't natural, and he obeys. She has his demons for familiars, shrieked a woman. She worships Lucifer with him. 'Tis true, cried another woman, her voice shrill and frenzied and echoing in the still morning air. They dance in the devil's ring stark naked. My Tobbit followed them and saw this very night just past. Emboldened by the rising evidence against Marnie, the people who had sidled away when Father Brennan arrived now came creeping back. Aye, father, yelled someone else. We were afeard she'd bewitched you too, father. Seeing as you were there with her so many times in her house, we were worried sick about you, and that's the truth. Well, you were worrying yourselves sick for nothing, yelled Father Brennan. I've a good mind to bang your stupid skulls together. But that wouldn't bring her poor husband back, would it, that she killed with a curse, said Ulton, very low, and the shouting and mumbling stopped. You keep telling us all we're mistaken, father, in the matter of the curse, but it seems to me that it was only the beginning. And in this other matter, the one of witchcraft, we're not wrong. Sir Isherwood, who's living here among us at this time, and who is so kindly buying us a new window for our church, he says he's seen this kind of thing before, and recognises all the signs. 'Tis witchcraft, he says, and for that the widow must be tried. The law is very clear in these matters, said Father Brennan. There's a proper ordeal in the church, only after 3 days of fasting, and with prayers and the Holy Eucharist. And you're not qualified to do that, Ulton. Not one of you is. And there's the end to it. I'm begging your pardon, father, but it's not the end to it, said Ulton. She's a witch, and she's put all of Raver's devils under her power, and talks to him with magic in her hands. She has to go through the ordeal, father. She has to be tried. If you don't do it, we'll bring a priest from another village and do it ourselves. If you won't try her, we can only believe that she's got you so far under bewitchment that you can't see what's going on no more. I'm sorry to be overriding you like this, father, but I've got the whole village behind me, excepting old Finian, and it's nothing you can stop. Father Brennan took Marnie's shoulders in both hands again and made her look at him. Are you all right, lass? He asked gently. Have they harmed you yet, beyond the binding? She shook her head, and he brushed her hair out of her eyes and wiped the blood off her chin. She was deadly white. Do you want a stool to sit down on? He asked. I'll stand. It was barely a whisper. Father, where's Raven? He's not our problem at the moment. Do you understand what they're saying? It's all wrong, father. And this wild talk that you danced naked in the devil's stones with him? She would not meet his eyes,
and he shook her a little, impatient and alarmed. "Answer me. It's a lie, isn't it? Answer me true, Marnie, or I can't help you. Did you dance in the devil's ring with him?" "It's not what you think," she whispered, white-lipped, and he released her suddenly and turned away. "Oh, Marnie, lass," he said, his voice angry and full of reproach. This is the end of CD 6. The story will continue on CD 7. CD 7. The man, Alton, stepped forward. "We'll not wait for the fasting days. She'll fly off or do something terrible to us all," he said. "There'll be a trial this morning. Will you do it, Father?" "I," said Father Brennan very low. "I will." Marnie gave a wild cry, and several men rushed at her and held her. Quietly, his voice shaking, Father Brennan said to Alton, "Take a brazier and make a fire in the church, and get another iron bar and put it in front of the altar. It has to be blessed before it's heated. Choose another man to help you do it, and choose 4 witnesses. You're all to eat or drink nothing else until after the trial. And you must have men who kept themselves from their wives last night. I'll have no one in the church but the 6 of you, and Marnie and me. I'll not have her subjected to the stares of the whole village." "Are you going to be searching her for devil's marks, Father?" cried an old man eagerly. "No, I am not," shouted Father Brennan. "And if any one of you lays a finger on her, I'll excommunicate you and damn you to hell." Then the priest turned to Marnie and told the men holding her to let her go. She refused to look at Father Brennan, and he took her arm and led her into the church. They passed down the time-worn stones of the empty nave, and Marnie knelt in front of the altar. Looking up, she fixed her eyes on the wooden cross and tried to control the awful shaking that went through her. The church felt icy cold, and in the dim hollowness her breaths sounded loud and unnatural. Kneeling beside her, Father Brennan saw that she was very white, but her face was resolute. He picked up the crucifix he wore on his rope belt and tried to press it into her hands. She knocked it aside. "Listen to me, Marnie," he said. "There's no way out of this. If there was, I'd find it for you, I swear." "Judas," she whispered. "Traitor." He put a hand over his face and was silent for so long she thought he must be praying. "There's not much point," she said harshly. "You're praying, I mean. There's no God to listen. If there was, he'd not let this happen to me." Father Brennan wiped his sleeve across his face and looked up. "There is a God," he said, and she could tell he was crying. "If the village folk had done this themselves, Marnie, they wouldn't have done it the proper way. They would have shamed you and damaged you something terrible and killed you. And if another priest did it, it would be 20 times worse than if I do it. At least you'll have a friend beside you." "No, I won't," she said. Behind them, a brazier grated on the church floor, and the smell of smoke filled the air. Alton came up to the altar and laid an iron bar on the floor by it. Then he backed out, his head bent, humble and reverent. "You know what this trial is, Marnie?" asked Father Brennan gently. "Aye," she said. "A betrayal." "Oh, Marnie, don't hate me. I'm doing this because it'll go easiest with you. I could turn my back, and they'll all just say I was a poor bewitched fool, and another priest would come and try you, and afterwards exorcise me for my folly in trying to help you. I was meaning, do you know what to expect?" "No." "This is only your trial, an ordeal,
to discover the judgment of God, whether you be innocent or whether you be guilty."
"And if they say I'm guilty?"
"Don't you be worrying about that yet, child." She looked up at the crucifix again, her eyes full of agony.
"They'll burn me," she whispered, "like they burned Eilis."
"I swear on my soul, I won't let them burn you."
"They'll hang me then. If they do that, Father, will you look after Raven? Will you let him show you the handwords, so we'll have someone to talk to?"
"I'll do the best that I can for him. Now, do you want me to tell you what to expect in this ordeal, so you'll be ready in your heart for it?"
"Aye, Father."
So he told her, and she listened, and for the first time that dreadful dawn, she wept.
"I won't be able to talk to Raven after," she said.
"You'll still have one good hand, child."
But we use both. Can't I have a different trial?"
"I'm sorry. This is the one they demand." She leaned over, sobbing, choking in grief and fear and agony, and the priest listened, crying himself, not knowing what else he could do to help her. The church door banged shut, echoing in the smoky hollowness, and Ulton came, and said that all was ready. "Come on, Marnie," said Father Brennan, standing up. Marnie tried to stand, but could not. She wept, begging him to give her time to prepare herself, to make the trial tomorrow. "I can't," he said softly, lifting her by the arms and holding her. Those 6 witnesses watched. "Be brave, Marnie, love. You'll be praying and taking the communion first. You'll be prepared, and Christ will be with you, and so will I." And he helped her walk to the middle of the church, and stood with her behind the fire, and began the judgment of the glowing iron. Chapter 25. Numb with shock, feeling as if she were watching from a distance, observing something happening to someone else and not to herself, Marnie stood and listened as Father Brennan sang a hymn. He had a good voice, strong and true, though the high notes were tremulous this morning as they echoed in the ancient stones. She watched as, with great care, he used tongs to pick up the iron bar and place it across the fire. Ulton and the other witnesses stood lined up on either side, their lips moving in prayer, their faces reverent and zealous. Holding his hands high above the flames, Father Brennan said a blessing over the fire. "Bless, O Lord God, this place," he said, "that there may be for us in it sanctity, chastity, virtue, and victory, and humility, goodness, gentleness, and obedience to God the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Ghost." Watching his face, Marnie saw that it was streaked with tears, and his hands shook more than her own. After the prayer, he took her arm and turned her around to face the back of the church. The nave yawned before her, empty, endless. "Stand beside the brazier, Marnie," he said, his voice gentle. "You have to take 9 steps, and I'll make a mark on the floor where you stop. Take good steps, lass, or they'll say it wasn't a fair trial. Steps such as you would normally walk. That's the distance you'll have to carry the iron bar." Marnie looked at the stones and thought of the grass where she and Raven had danced. Taking a deep breath, she paced out 9 steps, and Ulton brought a little wooden stand and put it in the place where she stopped. Marnie turned and looked back at the fire, at the iron bar already smoking. So far. "I'll walk beside you," Father Brennan was saying, "to make sure you don't run, that you make the steps as you made them just now. I'll show you with my hand like this." With his hand flat and in a chopping motion, he made several downward moves, evenly spaced. "When I do this, every time my hand goes down, you take a step, not before, not after. Do you understand?" She nodded. "When you get to this end, place the bar on the stand here. Then you'll come to the front of the church near the altar, and I will wrap your hand in holy cloths, and bind them and seal them with a sacred seal. This must stay on, the wax seal unbroken, for 3 days. During that time you must fast and pray. Then you'll come back, and I will take off the cloths, and if your burn is clean and healing, you will be judged innocent. But if the burn is festering and bad, it will be God's sign that you are guilty. If the cloths are disturbed in any way, the seal broken, the ordeal will be void, and you will have to go through it again. Do you understand everything, child?" Again she nodded, her head low. Father Brennan raised his voice and said to her, as well as to the witnesses, "There's one other thing that must be observed. During this ordeal, absolute silence must be kept. There will be no word, no sound, except the prayers in your own hearts. That includes you, Marnie. You must keep absolutely quiet, right through the ordeal." Then Father Brennan was leading her back to the altar again, to the fire and the witnesses. Hardly hearing what was said, she watched as he sprinkled holy water over herself and the witnesses, and placed a drop on their tongues, and let them each kiss a book of the Gospels. "We have communion to take first, before you do it," Father Brennan whispered to her, as she pressed her lips against the book. She trembled so violently she could hardly stand, and each breath was like a sob. Somehow she found herself kneeling, repeating the prayers, taking the tiny piece of bread, the sip of wine, the holy sacraments, symbols of all Christ's pain and love. She tried to think, to pray for courage and the strength to remain silent. But terror turned her thoughts to bedlam, and her strength flowed out of her like water. Stumbling, supported by the priest, she stood up and went back to the fire. With the tongs, Father Brennan removed the glowing iron, placing it across a stand similar to the one at the other end of the nave. Over the iron bar he sprinkled holy water, and the drops hissed and evaporated. "The blessing of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost," he prayed, "descend upon this iron for the discerning of the right judgment of God." Marnie wiped her hands across her face. Sweat ran into her eyes, and she could hardly see. Her bowels cramped, and she wanted to be sick. Anguished, she prayed she would not lose control. Father Brennan took her hands in his. "Listen to me, Marnie," he said. "Which hand are you going to use to do it?" Unable to speak, she put out her left hand. It was the hand least used in her talk with Raven. Father Brennan removed the wedding band from it and put it on the ring finger of her right hand. "Pick up the bar halfway along, firmly, across your palm, not in your fingers," he said. "Grip it hard, be sure. If you drop it, the ordeal will have to start again, and remember to keep quiet." She tried to calm her breathing, the awful gasps that came rasping from her throat like sobs. "I'll keep quiet, Father," she whispered. "Pray for me." "I already am, child. Now, when you're ready." Breathing hard, Marnie faced the glowing bar and the way she had to walk. All else in the world became dim. The silent witnesses, the church, the priest vanished, and there was only this iron and her hand and the 9 steps. Praying, remembering what Father Brennan had told her, she placed her hand under the iron. The heat from it scorched her skin even before it was touched. Compressing her lips so she would not cry out, she closed her hand around it. Pain exploded up her arm, rushed like wildfire through all of her, tearing through her bowels, her lungs, up to her mouth. She clenched her teeth against it, defying it, fighting the screams that rose, gurgling and desperate in her throat, and she lifted the bar and took the first step. Father Brennan was just in front of her, a little to her right, his hand held up. He moved it down, and she took another step. So much agony. She could not breathe or think or move. The hand again going down, another step. Her mind, her body withdrawing, enfolding into itself, separating. A nothingness, safe, beyond pain, beyond everything. On the edge of it, a hand. The hand moving down, urgent. Incredibly, her body obeyed. Another step. The stones soft like mist, sinking into them. A hand under her arm, steadying her, bringing her back from the edge of the dark. Then the hand moving again, step, another step, and 3 more, and then a voice, faint, as if from a huge distance. "Put it down, child. It's over." She stared at the glowing iron in her hand. Father Brennan shook her arm hard, and she dropped the bar. It crashed across the wooden stand, then tipped and rolled on the stone floor. The clangor echoed around the stone walls. Dizziness swept over her. Clenching her teeth, she locked back the sounds that still tore upwards from her throat. She heard Father Brannan's voice, distant and broken, felt his arm supporting her, the roughness of his robe on her face. Then, out of the dimness, a white cloth bound about her hand, wrapped carefully, sealed with holy wax across its joins and folds. Father Brennan was kneeling by her, crying, smiling. "It's over, Marnie. You were fine. You were fine." She stood up and, staggering a little, went out of the church. The people were outside, gathered like eager crows among the tombstones. It was broad daylight. The world was new, shining. Father Brennan was beside her. "Remember," he said, "don't break the seals on the cloths, or all this has been for nothing. And pray well, child. The judgment depends on whether or not the scar is healing clean." Her lips were closed, her teeth clamped tight, her tongue stuck, immovable. She could not speak. Her soul was somewhere far. "I'll walk home with you," he said. But she shook her head. She walked out between the little carved gates from the porch, almost falling, her limbs wooden and unwilling. Her skirt was damp and cold against her legs, and she realized vaguely that she had wet herself. Between all the people she walked, slow so she would not stumble, her burned hand resting in its sealed white cloths on her other hand in front of her. And it was while she passed among them, on her way to the grassy track to her cove, that her soul came back from wherever it had been, and the numbness passed, and the pain crashed over her. She ran then, sobbing, half-blinded with agony, ran, stumbling and falling, until she was back in her own cove, safe. And she rushed to her home and threw open the door and fell onto the floor inside, screaming and screaming and screaming. Chapter 26. Raven sat in the burial chamber, rocking back and forth in anguish. His head throbbed, and blood ran down the back of his neck from the blow that had knocked him unconscious. He hardly remembered crawling to the tomb. One name filled his mind, his world. Marnie. Marnie bruised and bleeding and dragged away by the people. Marnie gone, and why? Why? The sun rose higher, and Raven's mind cleared. He staggered outside and along the hillside until he could see the cove. The people had not come back. In his heart he knew they would not. But something drew him down there, and he limped, groaning for the pain in his head, down to the house. The door was ajar, and he pushed it open. On the floor there, half lying on her back, with her left hand strangely wrapped in a cloth, was Marnie. Moaning, Raven knelt by her. "Marn," he wept. "Marn, Marn." Across the vast darkness she heard him. She tried to move, but her limbs would not obey. Vaguely she was aware of his hands on her, touching her face, her hair, heard his voice calling her, heard the hoarse tones of his weeping.
And then he was touching her hand, unwrapping the sealed cloths, and she tried to call out, to stop him, but the darkness kept sucking her down, and her tongue would not move, and all she could see was the iron bar, white hot, spinning out of the blackness towards her again. The dark, turning red as blood, and pain, her hand on fire. Someone doing something to it, scraping off the skin. Fire again, someone holding her arm, forcing her hand into a cauldron of molten metal. People jeering, Father Brennan's hand going down again and again, over and over, until she had walked so far the iron was burned through to her bones, fixed forever into her flesh. So much pain. Water cool and refreshing on her face, on her lips and tongue, over her burning hand. Ease from pain. Sleep. A fire in the darkness, blurred and distant. Someone in front of it, building up the flames. She groaned, fearing more torment. The person came over to her, and gentle hands touched her forehead. "Ma?" She was lying in bed, her fouled and bloodied clothes removed. Her face was washed, and she felt clean. The pain in her burned hand had eased a little. "I put oil on your hurt hand," Raven signed. "The way I mended your feet when you hurt them. It's better, your hand. The hurt is clean, good." He smiled, his face full of concern and love, and wondered why she looked at him as if he had done a terrible thing, and why she wailed and howled and clawed the wall as if to escape, leaving trails of blood on the stone. Distraught, Raven lay down and held her, his front curled against her back, his arms across her chest, his hands holding her wrists so she would not scratch the walls. She fought, sobbing, and he cried with her, knowing her pain, but he would not let her go. At last she slept, exhausted by terror and suffering, and he slept with her. Dawn glimmered in the little windows, and Father Brennan knocked softly at the door. No one answered, so he went in, and saw them sleeping there together on the bed, with Marnie's burned hand outstretched before the wall, and the sacred cloth trampled on the floor. The priest picked the cloth up, as well as every piece of the broken wax that had sealed it, and threw them on the embers in the fireplace. He stayed until they were totally destroyed. Then he went out and tramped wearily back to the church. Marnie opened her eyes and stared at the wall in front of her. Dancing across the dim stones were colours, vivid like fragments of rainbow. She watched them, wondering what they were, and thinking perhaps bits of the glowing iron had travelled through her body to her head and altered the way she saw things. Marvelling, she looked at her left hand, saw the burn red and raw, but clean. Her palm still throbbed, but it was bearable. The nails of her right hand were torn and had been bleeding, and she noticed blood marks on the wall beside the coloured lights. There were bruises on her wrists, and they mystified her. Then she remembered Raven lying with her, curled against her back, holding her so she would not hurt herself. She could hear Raven now, banging something sharp on the table, and could smell broth cooking. Blankets felt rough against her skin, and she realized she was naked. Who had washed her? "Mamma?" she sobbed, rolling over. But there was only Raven, sitting at the table in the sunlight from the window, playing with the ring he had found in the fireplace. The sun flashed on the bits of coloured glass, and it was those reflecting on Marnie's wall. He saw her watching him and smiled. Getting up, he put the ring away in an alcove, poured a bowl of soup, and took it over to the chest by the bed. Kneeling, he pushed her hair back and wiped away her tears. Then he signed, "You're hurt. Is it better?" "It's only a little hurt now," she signed back awkwardly, because she could not use her left hand. Then she remembered she was wearing nothing and pulled the blankets up to her chin. "How many days have I been here?" "3," he replied. "Will you get my clothes?" "Why?" "You must eat. I cooked soup." "I must go." "Outside?" "I'll bring you the bucket. I'll help you." "It is not that. I must go away. They will hurt my other hand." "Why? Why, Marnie?" "They say I did bad things. They will hurt me again if I stay. Please bring my clothes." The signs confused him, because they were one-handed, and she asked him again, moving her burned hand painfully towards her chest to signify the word "bring." Then she waited while Raven opened her wooden chest and brought back her clean shift and a dress. Sitting up, trying to keep the blankets covering her, she reached for the shift. Raven tried to help, but she pushed his hands away and told him to turn around. He did, but she struggled with the fabric, getting caught up in the long folds, hurting her burned hand. In the end she broke down, weeping with frustration and pain. Raven turned around and helped her, finding the neck of the garment and gently pulling it on over her shoulders. He was about to draw together the front, to tie the ribbons for her, but she covered her breasts with her arms and shook her head. So he sat at the table, his back to her, and waited. After a long time, he turned and saw her lying in bed, the blankets kicked off, her shift on, but still undone because she could not manage the ties with one hand. Her right arm was over her face, and she was crying. Raven knelt at the edge of the bed and tied the ribbons for her. She let him, her arm still over her face. He stroked her wrist, and she peered at him from under her arm, her eyes swollen and red. "Do you want me to help you put on your dress?" he asked. She shook her head, her body racked with sobs. "What can I do?" he asked, near tears himself. "What do you want?" She signed as well as she could with one hand. "I want Mama." Raven gazed at the closed door, his eyes despairing and full of grief. After a while he signed, "I'll go and bring her." But Marnie shook her head, signing, "No." Raven picked up a bowl of soup and placed it near her pillow. "I'll help you eat," he said. "I'm not hungry. 3 days you have no food. It's a long time for you. I'm not hungry." Leaning down, Raven stroked her hair, feeling her skin hot and feverish. He sighed, wanting to help her but not knowing how. Behind him the door opened and shut again. Feeling the rush of cool air, Raven leaped up, his hands clenched into fists. But when he saw that it was Father Brennan, he rushed over and grabbed his arm. "Help, man!" Raven pleaded, his voice broken by tears. "Help, man!" Father Brennan put down the basket he had brought and embraced the distraught youth. I'll help her, Raven," he said. But when the priest approached Marnie, she cringed from him, trying to hide her burned hand with its sealed cloths removed. "He didn't know," she cried. "He didn't understand, and I couldn't tell him. I'll not go through it again, Father. I'll run away first, I swear." "You don't have to go through it again, child," he said. "I've brought another cloth, and more sealing wax. I'll wrap your hand, just like before. No one will know, except we 3 and the Almighty, and I'm hoping he won't mind." "Are you sure they won't know, Ulton and the others?" "I wouldn't be doing this if I thought they'd find out," he replied. "Can you get up now and let me see your hand properly in the sunlight?" "Aye, but don't look at me, Father. I'm not dressed yet." He went and stood by the window, his back to her, and Marnie struggled out of bed and picked up the dress. With infinite patience, Raven helped, though she slapped at his hands sometimes, frustrated by her own weakness and vulnerability. Carefully, he put the dress on her,
brushed her hair with the silver brush that had been Isaac's, and helped as she washed her face. Then he took her to a chair, and she sat down. "I'm ready, Father," she said, stretching out her burned hand on the table. Father Brennan turned around and came over to inspect her palm. Unspeakable relief showed on his face. "It's healing remarkably well," he said. "We have nothing to worry about. The Almighty himself has acquitted you. And because you're guiltless, I know he won't be pouring brimstone down on my head either for this felony I'm about to commit. Can you ask Raven to keep a sharp lookout and tell me if anyone comes?" With difficulty, Marnie signed with her right hand to Raven. "Father Brennan wants you to watch and tell us if people come from Torkura. If they come, you must tell us." Raven opened the door and stood on the step, looking towards Torkura. He kept the door open so he could see Marnie too, and they could talk if they wanted to. Sitting down, Father Brennan removed the cloth from the basket and took out bread and vegetables, a bag of flour, and some wheat for Marnie's hens. "I thought it best to have something ordinary to show if I was stopped on my way here," he said, opening the bag of wheat. He felt around in the grain and eventually drew out a new white cloth, a piece of sealing wax, and the sacred seal from the church. He added with a grin, "I was afraid I might be stopped, since the village folk are a mite suspicious of my godly and guileless self now." The shadow of a smile crossed Marnie's pallid lips. Father Brennan shook the wheat from the white fabric, spread the cloth on the table near Marnie's hand, and said a prayer. Then he lit the candle that was on the table, ready to melt the wax. Marnie noticed that his hands shook, and his face was pale and strained. "Put your hand on the cloth," he said. "That's right. I'll try not to hurt you as I wrap it. I don't suppose you remember much of the first time this was done." "No, Father." "What will happen to you if they find out you've done this?" "To be sure, 'twill be something I won't find boring," he said lightly, though there was apprehension in his eyes. "Could you put a finger on the cloth here and hold it while I melt the wax and drip it over the joins? That's the way. When this is done, it might be an idea for you to get it a bit dirty, since you're supposed to have had it on for 3 days. And this afternoon, get Raven to bring you to the church." He stopped, looking sharply at her face. "Are you all right, lass? You look white." "I'm mortal tired, Father. Why are you doing this for me?" Using a small spoon, he melted a piece of wax over the candle flame, then poured it over a join in the cloth. Before the pool of wax was hard, he pressed the seal into it. Melting some more wax, he sealed another join, and another, each time marking the congealing wax with the sacred insignia of the church. "We'll wait a bit longer," he said, still holding the cloth, "until all the wax holds firm." Feeling faint, Marnie slouched in her chair, putting her head down on the upper part of her outstretched arm. Her eyes were half closed, 2 bright spots of blue behind her tangled hair. "Do you want me to send for your mother, Marnie?" the priest asked. "Do you need someone to look after you?" "Raven's doing that. Besides, my mother, she doesn't approve of Raven, and she has my father to look after. I'll be all right. I'm tired, that's all." "It's the shock of the trial." "Had you ever tried anyone for witchcraft before?" she asked. "No, I hadn't," he replied. "How did you know what to do?" "As I told you once before, I've a great deal of book learning." "I wish I did. I can't read a word, excepting those names you wrote for me." "It's passing strange," he said with a grin. "Me with all the book learning, and you with none, and you a whole lot wiser. 'Tis hardly fair, and I'll have a word with the Almighty about it when I see him." "What will he say about you doing this for me?" "I'm hoping he'll overlook it, seeing as you're innocent." "What if I'm not? What if the village folk are right? Are you committing a wicked crime helping me?" "The village folk are not right.
You've had your trial, and your hands clean. Almighty God himself has made the judgment. My hand's clean because Raven put oil on it, and looked after it. 'Tis nothing to do with God. Everything's to do with God, Marnie. One of Marnie's hens came in, clucking softly, and pecked the grain by the priest's feet. Marnie looked at the bird, thinking how pure and white it was in the sunlight from the door. Her eyes moved across the floor, over the step, to Raven, leaning against the wide doorframe, his profile strong and beautiful as he kept vigil. Beyond him glittered the sea she had grown to love, and the dark shape of their little boat drawn up on the sand. "You told me something once, Father," she said. "You said all things work together for our good, and that God always has our happiness in mind. I didn't believe it then." Father Brennan tested the last pool of wax with his thumbnail, saw that it was completely hard, and lifted his fingers from the cloth. The folds held firm. "If I'd known you didn't believe everything I said," he muttered, "I'd never have cooked you all those lobster suppers. Now, if you'll excuse the irreverence of it, I'll just be hiding this sacred wax and spoon and holy seal in my boots, in case I'm questioned on the way home. I don't normally carry things this way, but seeing as this is one of those mysterious events that's working together for good, I'm trusting the Almighty won't mind the sacrilege." Murmuring a prayer for forgiveness, he poked the sacred instruments into his boots and stood up to go. Marnie moved as if to stand up too, but Father Brennan put his hand on her hair, briefly caressing her. "Rest for a while," he said softly. He made the sign of the cross over her, adding, "And while you rest, you might pray for us, for both of us, and for that cloth there, that it looks as the witnesses remember it." "Thank you for everything, Father," she said. "I'm sorry I called you Judas the other day." "I'd already forgot." He smiled, picking up his empty basket. He said farewell, blessed them, and left. Halfway up the hill he turned and looked back at the cottage. Raven and Marnie were standing together on the step, watching him. Marnie was leaning with her back against Raven, and he was holding her, his arms about her waist, his cheek against her hair. Father Brennan waited at the edge of the churchyard, looking anxiously up the hill towards the cove, his lips moving in prayer. Finian stood with him, his old face creased in lines of apprehension. Behind them stood the villagers, restless and muttering. "She's not coming, Father," someone said, and the priest turned around. It was Ulton, dressed in his best Sabbath clothes, and swaggering with self-importance, since he was the chief witness in a witchcraft case. He came up to the priest, the other 5 witnesses with him. "We'll have to pronounce the ordeal null and void," Ulton went on, stopping by Father Brennan, "if she doesn't come for the final part. We've all done our bit, Father, and fasted and prayed these 3 days, while the judgment of the Almighty is being made. But my patience is wearing my teeth in, like my stomach, and I'll not be over-lenient if the ordeal's not finished proper-like. And I'm begging you pardon, Father, but if there's another ordeal, 'twill be done with a priest from another village." "And why's that, man?" asked Father Brennan testily. "Well, Father, it's something Sir Isherwood said, something to the effect that maybe you, being a friend and all, mightn't be the right priest for the ordeal. You've done it once, and you did a good job, Father, we're none of us questioning that. But the next time it will be different. She's a cunning woman, is Widow Isherwood, and we're having to be very careful." "You seem to be setting great importance on these words of Sir Isherwood," said Father Brennan quietly, his eyes still on the track from the cove. "Aye," said Ulton. "It was him put us onto this witchery thing in the first place. If he hadn't warned us, Father, God knows what would have happened to us. She'd have had us all bewitched, and not just Raver." "And what if she isn't a witch, Ulton?" asked Father Brennan, turning on him.
He looked past Ulton to them all, his voice rising with fervour. "What of this witchery thing was all a mistake, and she's vindicated by the Almighty himself? What then? Are you all going to accept that, and love her as the Almighty commands, like good neighbours? Or are you going to cling to your wild notions, and find other reasons to hate and reject her? Because if her hand's clean, then she's as guiltless as you and I, maybe more so. And you'll all be committing the most dreadful sin by holding her still guilty in your hearts." "And if her hand's not clean," cried an elderly woman, "if the Almighty's judgment is for her guilt?" "Aye, what then?" they shouted. Father Brennan looked on them all, his face full of grief and agony, and he said very low, "If she's guilty, then you'll hang her, and God have mercy on us all." At that moment, a wagon arrived on the brow of the hill. Raven held the reins, but one arm was about Marnie. They stopped near the churchyard, and Raven got down and lifted Marnie to the ground. Father Brennan hurried over to them. "Thank God you've come," he said. Marnie looked past Father Brennan at all the people, saw the eagerness in their faces, the bloodlust and fear, and she took a deep breath and stood very straight. "Let us get this done with, Father, please," she said. Holding hands, she and Raven followed Father Brennan across the ground and through the beautiful little porch into the church. The people parted to let them through, and several spat at Marnie, though only behind the priest's back. Then they all crowded in behind the priest and the accused, for every soul in the village was here to witness this miraculous judgment of God upon a witch. In the church, Marnie walked down the stone floor where she had walked 3 days ago, with the glowing iron in her hand. The mark where she had dropped it was still there, ash-white on the floor. She passed the place where the fire had burned in its brazier, and where the iron had heated. Her steps faltered, and Raven's hand tightened about hers. He wept, being in this place, because she had told him what they had done, what she had done, and he knew well her voiceless pain, the raging quiet within. At the altar they stopped. Father Brennan lifted his hands, and all the people fell silent. "Have you fasted and prayed these past 3 days?" Father Brennan asked Marnie. "Aye, Father," she whispered. He said a prayer, and the witnesses stood close on either side of Marnie. Then in absolute silence, the cloth was unbound. In the back of the church, unnoticed, a man stood tense and listening. It was Pierce Isherwood. Marnie stretched out her hand, and the witnesses examined it. Father Brennan said, very loud and clear, "The hand is clean. There is no festering on the track of the iron. Do the witnesses agree?" "Aye, Father," said Ulton, sounding disappointed, and all the witnesses agreed. "Then Marnie Isherwood stands acquitted in the sight of man and God," said Father Brennan, smiling as he held out a cross to Marnie to kiss. In the back of the church, Pierce Isherwood swore quietly and went out. Chapter 27. Quietly, so he would not wake Marnie, Raven got out of his bed by the hearth, stacked more peat on the embers, and hung a pot of water over the growing flames. Then he slid the bolt on the door and went out. The dawn was breathtaking, the sun a red-hot orb shimmering on the edge of the molten sea. Half blinded, Raven looked away and noticed that their boat was not on the beach. Bewildered, he walked to where he had left it after fishing yesterday, and saw the sand churned where the boat had been. Footprints made by boots covered the imprints of his own bare feet, and a deep groove in the sand showed where the boat had been hauled down to the water. Muttering in anger, Raven ran along the beach to the cliffs that separated the cove from Torkura. He scanned the rocks, his eyes narrowed against the rising sun. Then he saw it, the bow driven half up on the rocks, broken, battered by the waves. While he watched, another wave lifted the boat, covering it with foam and spume, and crashed it down again on the rocks. Frantic, howling with anger, Raven raced along the beach, leaping over the rocks to the boat. It was shattered beyond mending, its finely curved planks like broken ribs against the sky. A fishing line lay in the battered hull, and Raven tried to get to it, but another wave crashed over the wreck, hurling him back against the rocks. Gasping, he felt the violence of the water rushing over him. Then he clung to a rock as the waters receded, sucked out again to the sea. Choking with rage, drenched and defeated, he went back to the cottage. Marnie was making porridge, and she looked up, startled, as Raven burst in. "Our boat," he signed furiously. "It was put in the sea. The sea threw it up on the big stones. It's broke, all broke." He went over to the fire and began peeling off his soaking clothes. Marnie went to Isaac's chest and took out some clean leggings and a shirt, and also the fur-lined cloak. She gave the garments to Raven, and he dried himself and pulled them on, shivering and groaning with cold. Without another word, they sat by the fire and ate their bowls of porridge. Afterwards, Marnie signed awkwardly with one hand. "We must get rabbits to eat, maybe birds. Maybe Father Brennan will give us a different boat," Raven signed. "I don't want to hurt rabbits dead. It's only like making fish dead." "It is not. I stayed with rabbits in the fields. We can't ask Father Brennan for a different boat. Ask him for bacon and other food. I'll not ask him to give us everything, Raven." "Why?" "Because we are not his children. He does not have to look after us. He helps us much now, giving us food and candles and peat for the fire. I'll not ask him for more. If you are afraid to make rabbits dead, I'll do it." "I am not afraid." He stormed outside, leaving the door open. As Marnie got up to close it, she saw him striding off down the beach, the cloak billowing behind him in the wind. Sighing heavily, she began to tidy the cottage. It was difficult with only one hand, and many times she muttered and cursed. It was 8 days since the ordeal, and her hand continued to heal, though the shrinking scar made full extension of her palm and fingers impossible. It was also impossible to completely close her hand, and she grieved the loss of its use. As she hung the sack of oats back on its hook, she felt how light it was, and checked the rest of their supplies. There was very little, and there was no money. Despairing, she stood by the little table Isaac had carved, and banged her good fist down on it hard. "Damn you, Pierce Isherwood!" she cried. "Damn you!" She was sitting mending a tunic for Raven, holding it clumsily with her burned hand, when a shadow passed her window, and there was a bold knock on the door. Throwing the sewing down on the table, she opened the door. Father Brennan stood there, a large basket hanging from one arm, a bundle of clothes under the other. "'Tis good to see you, Father," she said. "Come in, it's warm in here." "Aye, that it is," he said, entering, and putting the basket and bundle on the table. "This wind means autumn's on its way, to be sure." Glancing around, he added, "Where's Raven?" "He went out for a walk." "Perhaps it's just as well. I wanted to talk, without your stopping every other word to do your flutterings. You still manage them, I hope." "Aye, though they're difficult when I need 2 hands." "And yourself? You're keeping all right?" "I'm well, thank you." "I brought you some things, a basket of food and a lobster. There are candles in there too, and 1 or 2 other things I thought you might use. And this bundle here, 'tis clothes for you and Raven. You'll need them with cooler weather coming on." "You have to take them back, Father. I can't pay you for them." "I don't expect you to." "You don't have to supply us with clothes." "I can supply you with whatever I have in excess."
Marnie opened the bundle and pulled out a white dress, soft wool, with leaves embroidered on the bodice. "I see," she said, with a sly look at him. "Since when have you had too many dressers in your clothes chest, father?"
"I've been caught out," he chuckled. "'Tis a secret sin of mine collecting women's garments. Actually, there was a market yesterday, and I bought them from one of the women. They've been used, but they're clean and need only a little mending, which I see you can manage. I hope they fit."
"I can't take your charity, father."
"How are you going to manage then? Besides, it isn't charity. If you're so bent on fair exchange, you can cook a few dinners for me, including your divine puddings."
Suddenly distraught, she sat down. "I don't know what to do, father," she cried. "I don't know how we're going to manage. Someone dragged our boat into the sea last night while we were asleep. Raven found it this morning, broken on the rocks. We can't fish now. And Raven doesn't like killing rabbits or anything that lives in the fields. I don't see how we can survive. I can't ask you for everything. You have yourself to look after. If I could earn some money, it would be all right. If I could take in some mending, maybe mine children." Her voice trailed off, and she looked down at her hands. "But I suppose they wouldn't let me do that, would they? Even though I've been proven guiltless."
"Well, that's something I need to talk to you about," he said, sitting very straight and not quite looking at her. "The people, they know you're not guilty of witchcraft, but there's something else that's bothering them. And I have to tell you the truth, child, and say it's bothering me as well. It'll cause dissension still between you and the people of Torquura, and while it's there, they'll never let you do work for them, nor accept you, nor give you their charity. And if I let you do work for me, I'm thinking I wouldn't be their priest much longer. I've already stretched their loyalty to the limits."
"I know that, father, and I'm grateful. But what is it that bothers you?"
Father Brennan hesitated. Then he took a deep breath and said, "Well, it's Raven. I'm not asking what's happening between you, and I'm not judging, but you've been judged already by other folks, and you know the agony they can cause, and they can do it again in other ways if they get it into their minds that you're breaking the law of God. No, don't interrupt. Listen to me, lass, I have to finish. There was a woman in Torquura who lived in sin with a man only for a week, and they drove him out and did not talk to her for 40 years. I know because when she died she told me of it on her deathbed. They don't tolerate such a sin, Marnie. I'm only saying this because I don't want to see you hurt again. You're a woman of spirit, and that's a fine thing. But you've cut yourself off from an awful lot of folks, including your own family. There comes a time when you have to start heeding what others think, when you have to try walking in step with other folks instead of always being against them. I want to see you living in peace for a change, Marnie. I want to see you doing right." Marnie reddened.
"Right? Doing right?" she said. "And what's right, father? You gave a very good talk on that once, as I remember, and I loved you well for it, and for standing up for me when they were all against me. But you're as bad as they are, knowing me as you do, and still wondering about me and Raven. We're not sinning together. And even if we were, it wouldn't be as much a sin as that misery you call holy matrimony. I'm learning a lot of things, father, and one of them is that sometimes there's more sin in what people call lawful and right, and less in what they call wrong."
"I wasn't thinking you were sinning with him, Marnie," he said, his own face reddening. "I was going to offer— Oh, it's no matter, lass. Whatever I say, 'twill be the wrong thing."
"You may as well say it now, since you've started."
"I was going to say, if you wished for it, and Raven did as well, I'd join you both in whole— I'd make you man and wife, Marnie." For a long time Marnie did not speak. She got up and put more peat on the fire and filled 2 cups with hot water. She set them on the table, saying, "I'm sorry it's only hot water.
The goat got free and ruined the herbs in my garden." "I believe water's better for my complexion," he replied with a faint smile. "Well, lass, what do you say? If you and Raven were married, you'd be accepted, if not here, then somewhere else. I know a priest in Killicoreen, a town about 60 miles away. He was visiting me once and met Raven and was sympathetic to him. Killicoreen's bigger, and there's work to be had there. I'm not telling you to go, for if you do it'll break my silly old heart, but I'm thinking it'll break yours if you stay here. The people of Torquura don't forget things, never in 50 years. You'll always be the witch, and Raven will always be the madman. If you can be happy with that, then stay, and I'll help you all I can. But you won't be able to refuse my charity, because it will be all you get. Just think about it. I'll go now and leave you in peace. I'll come back this evening for supper, if that suits." She nodded, and he stood up, his face sad as he looked at her bent head and the tears dripping off her chin. "And there's something else for you to consider while you're thinking," he added very gently. "I may be a crusty old fool, but I've seen a lot of life, and I know one or two things. I've seen the way Raven looks at you. He loves you, lass. You might think as well on what he wants." He went out, closing the door quietly behind him. Chapter 28. Crouching in the long grass on one of the hills behind Torquura, Raven bent over the rabbit. It was still alive, weakened by terror and pain, its hind leg caught in a trap set by one of the Torquura people. Tenderly, Raven released the animal and bound it firmly in his cloak. Then, with difficulty, he ripped a piece off the hem of his shirt, bandaged the rabbit's injured leg, bundled it up in his cloak again, and carried it home. The sun was going down as he neared Marnie's cottage. His strides faltered, though his face became set and determined. Pushing open the door, he went in. He was met by the delicious fragrance of lobster simmering and the scent of fresh-baked bread. Marnie was setting the table for a meal, and it was a scrumptious feast she had laid out. But she barely looked at him when he came in, and he could tell she was upset. "What hurts you?" he signed, using his right hand, since his left arm held the bundled cloak. "Nothing," she replied. "What have you got?" Kneeling by the hearth, he gently unfolded the cloak. The rabbit lay quivering, its eyes large with fear. Keeping his left hand on the animal, Raven signed, "It's our supper." Marnie crouched down by him and stroked the soft brown fur. "You mended its leg," she said. "I wanted to stop its hurt," he replied. "This will stop its hurt." She handed him the knife. Holding the rabbit's shoulders firmly in his left hand, Raven held the blade over its throat. The rabbit gazed up at him with black liquid eyes, and he felt its heart rapid under his hand, like his own heart when he was afraid. Suddenly he dropped the knife on the hearth. "It is beautiful," he signed. "I can't make it dead. It's like making dead my brother." "Maybe your brother is hungry," Marnie said, smiling. "Give him cabbage and water. He must get strong if he wants to run in the fields again. Father Brennan came with much food for us." Together they emptied Isaac's toolbox and placed in it some cabbage leaves and a bowl of water. Then they put the box by the hearth and placed the rabbit in so it could rest secure. "I must say big things to you," Marnie said. She looked nervous and tense, and Raven worried as he sat by her at the table, the gifts of food from Father Brennan spread between them. "I am going away from this house," she said. "The man Pierce can have it and give me gold. He said he will do this. I'll go away, far from here. to a big village Father Brennan knows about. I'd like you to come with me, but you must ask your heart if you will come or stay. If you stay in Tokura, you can't stay in this house. Pierce will be here." Raven went and knelt in front of her. "I don't want to stay here without you," he signed. "I can't be without you. You are me. We are the same, in our hearts." He stopped, searching for words, frustrated and near tears. He went on. "I feel feelings too big. I have no words. If you go away from me, I will lie down and sleep and not wake up again." Still kneeling, he put his arms around her waist and pressed his face against her neck. He was crying, making strange, hoarse sounds of longing and love. He seldom wept, and Marnie put her arms about his shoulders, her lips against his hair. When he was calm, she drew gently away, so she could talk to him. "I want you to come with me when I go, but maybe you will not see your cave again, or the stone ring where we danced. We will maybe not stay near the sea. Will you be happy?" "If I can see your face," he signed, "I'll be happy." He embraced her again. For a long time they stayed with their arms about each other, and Marnie did not notice that the potatoes in the embers were burning black, or that the rabbit had jumped out of its box and was drinking the cup of ale she had placed on the hearth to warm for Father Brennan. Father Brennan sat and sipped his ale, his blue eyes thoughtful and sad as he regarded his two friends across the table. "Well, I'm sorry you're leaving," he said, "but a new beginning is a good thing. I'll give you a letter to take to the priest in Killicareen. He'll arrange for a house for you to rent. You'll have money enough, seeing as Pierce Isherwood is so keen to buy this property." Marnie interpreted his words for Raven, using hand words as well as trying to speak. Raven said to Father Brennan, "Will you come and see us when we are there?" "Aye," nodded the priest, smiling. "I'll come." Watching his mouth, Raven understood and beamed. Then he signed to Marnie, "I'll go on a walk and come back after. I'll not sleep outside all night." "You can sleep under the moon if you want to," said Marnie, speaking as well. "The people will not come for me again. I'll be all right. I'll dance near the stones one last time." Marnie smiled. "Dance there for me, too," she said, but only with her hands. Raven got Isaac's thick cloak he had worn in the afternoon and shook Father Brennan's hand. Then he went to Marnie and lovingly stroked her cheek. It was a caress more eloquent than words, and she blushed at his touch, knowing that the priest watched. "He's sleeping in the hills," she explained when Raven had gone. "He still loves being outside. The hills are home to him. He wouldn't kill that rabbit over there because he said it was his brother. I love that wildness in him and will not change it." "'Tis more than his wildness you love," said Father Brennan softly. "You will marry him, won't you, lass?" Marnie looked down and toyed with the spoon on her empty plate. "I was going to talk to you about that, Father," she said. "I've decided I won't. I'll not marry to please you or to stop people's tongues wagging. I've a lot of things to forget before I vow I'll live the rest of my life with a man in wedlock, with everything that means. I love Raven, but you're asking me to make a solemn promise on something I know nothing about. It'd be like buying a wagon without seeing if the wheels worked. And there's another reason. Raven has another life, out there in the hills. He's free, and I haven't the right to shut him in. He says he wants to be with me, but being pledged forever is an awful powerful thing. I've been thinking about Isaac and me, and what would have happened if he didn't die. I'd still be with him, as miserable as a rabbit in a trap, and stuck there for life. I don't want Raven to ever feel like that. I won't argue with you, Marnie. I have a strong suspicion you'd win. But I'm disappointed, and not because I'm a priest and what you're doing is against everything I preach. I'm disappointed for your sake. You're flying in the face of custom, and you'll be spurned for it. I'll call Raven my brother. I'll say we're both orphans. It wouldn't be so great a lie. My mother will never accept me back, not with Raven. Not for a while, anyway. But if you say he's your brother, and folks believe you, what happens if you decide to marry him after all? I'd move to another place. You can't be always moving, Marnie. I don't see why not. Maybe we'll be gypsies, roaming everywhere and taking work where we find it. Father Brennan sighed and gave up. When are you planning to start this roaming? I'll see Pierce tomorrow. As soon as I have the money, we'll go. It will be better travelling now in the autumn, while the days are fine. I'll give you back the goat, Father, but I'd like to keep the 3 chickens that are left, if you don't mind. Father Brennan poured himself another ale and one for her. Mind, Marnie. You can take anything you like. All that's mine is yours. I'll pray every day for your happiness, for both of you, and I'll miss you something terrible. He raised his cup, trying to smile, and failing. So here's to you and Raven, then, wherever he is at this moment, to the least of Christ's brethren, and the best loved of mine. Marnie raised her cup, then put it down again, and went and wound her arms about the priest's neck. I'll miss you, Father, she said. You've been a truer friend than any I ever had, excepting for Raven. He kissed her forehead and told her to sit down again. You're making me cry, he said gruffly. Now stop it, or we shan't be having a celebration at a new beginning, but a lamentation. And I think you'd better dish me up a second helping of that pudding you made, so I'll have the strength to walk back home again. Mind you, many more of your puddings, and I'd be rolling home. Maybe it's just as well you're going, Widow Isherwood. I'm not at all sure you're good for my stomach. Marnie placed another bowl of pudding in front of him and sat down in Raven's chair so she faced him. You're good for my stomach, Father, she said. I'd have starved without you. I don't know how to thank... I hope you're not starting a sermon on gratitude, he said, because I just find it embarrassing. Besides, sometimes your sermonizing is better than mine, and then I'm annoyed as well. No words, then, she said. Just this, for you to sell and make some money from. She removed the golden wedding band from the finger on her right hand and placed it on the table between her and the priest. I can't take your gold, Marnie. It's all you have. It's the only gold I don't want. If you won't take it for yourself, at least use the money to help someone who needs it. But I'd rather you kept it, as payment for all you've given us. Father Brennan picked up the ring. I'll sell it and get the best price I can, he said. But I won't spend the money. I'll hold it for you, and all you ever have to do is ask me for it. Why are you so stubborn, Father? Me? Stubborn? Cried Father Brennan, nearly choking on his pudding. Listen to who's talking. The most mulish, argumentative, contrary woman I ever met, and you call me stubborn. Call me any more names, Father, and I'll take away your pudding. In that case, I'll eat my words along with my plum pie. I do apologise. I was speaking from the depths of mortification and shock. Marnie giggled. For a few moments she sat looking at her left hand, where the skin of her palm and the underside of her fingers was thickened by ugly scars. I'm glad you put the ring on my other hand, she said. I'd never have got it off now. I suppose you thought of that, you crafty old fox. Father Brennan choked again. "I don't much like the terms you use to describe my sublime wisdom," he said, when he had got his breath. "And I was thinking that one day there'd be another ring going on, and not just the old one coming off." "I'm begging your pardon, but that's being crafty," she said. "Not crafty enough, or we'd be having a wedding in the morning," he muttered, slipping the ring into his pocket and standing up. "Now what did I do with my scarf? There's a cold wind out there. Make sure you lock yourself in, since Raven's not here to protect you." "I can protect myself, Father," she said, giving him his scarf and opening the door for him. "No doubt you can," he grinned. She smiled and kissed his cheek, and he trudged off into the night. "Don't forget to see me before you sell your house," he called back. "Pierce Isherwood's a craftier fox than I am." "I won't forget," she promised, laughing, and he turned and went on. Marnie blew a kiss to his vanishing back and went inside, her eyes sad. This is the end of CD 7. The story will continue on CD 8. CD 8. Marnie did not bolt her door that night. She had told Raven she would never lock him out, and would not break her word. But she slept with her knife nearby, and was glad of the company of the rabbit, which had jumped out of the box again and was stretched out by the hearth. It was the first time she had slept alone since her ordeal in the church, and she was afraid that someone from the village might still hate her, still want her dead. But more than her fear of the people was her terror of the dreams. As always, they came just before the dawn, when she thought she was safe. The shadows gathering on the beach outside her house, and the rumble of the wagon wheels filling the sky, and the hood tight over her head. Only this time they did not take the hood off, they left it on, and she did not know where they would burn her, or how, and there was pain all over her, and suffocating smoke, and, gasping, she woke up and threw the blankets off her head. Raven was crouched by the fire, blowing it back into life and quietly placing on more peat. He had taken off the cloak and put it over a chair. The dark folds glimmered with silver mist, and the hem was wet from long grass. With great gentleness he lifted the rabbit in his arms, lying it on its back. It was very calm, its eyes half closed. Raven bent his head and sniffed its fur, rubbing his cheek along its ears, stroking it, loving it. Marnie watched, smiling to herself, the terrors of her nightmare slipping away. The rabbit was utterly relaxed, trusting, finding in the youth's presence the same consolation and peace that Marnie found. Gently, Raven placed the rabbit in the box and began making up his bed in front of the fire. As he spread out the last blanket, Marnie threw a tiny pebble at him, hitting him on the back. He came over and crouched by her bed. "I came back before the sun," he signed, his hands golden in the glowing firelight. "I was afraid that maybe you are afraid. I wanted to be with you." "It was good near the stones?" she asked. "Yes. I danced 2 dances, one for me and one for you. I danced like the little birds in the sky, fast and beautiful. But I danced on a prickle and came down hard on the dirt. It was a stupid stop on a good dance." Marnie's lips curled. "In my heart, I wanted to be with you," she said. "It's good you stayed here. You'd laugh." "I'd not laugh at you. To me, your dance is all times beautiful." Smiling, he leaned down and kissed her lightly on the cheek. His lips were like ice, and he was shivering. "You are very cold. Did you swim in the sea?" she asked. "No, the fields are all over with white smoke.
I saw deer and fox. When we are in a different house, you don't have to all times sleep inside. I know you like to be under the moon and stars. I don't want you to be different from the way you are now. Why? Because I want you to be happy. I'll be happy if I can see your face. That is all I want. One day my face will get old and ugly. It's ugly now, he said, grinning, and she shot out a fist to punch him. But he caught her hand, laughing, and when she tried to pull free, he lost his balance and fell across her. Giggling, she tried to push him off, but he lay half over her, his face buried in the pillow beside her head, as he discovered the scents of white linen and lavender. He inhaled vigorously, revelling in the fragrances. Then he turned to Marnie's hair and neck. He passed the tip of his tongue over her skin, tasting her, then softly sniffed her as he had the rabbit, enjoying her with all his senses. She lay very still, lost between laughter and deliciousness, feeling his face cool against her neck, his beard soft and still damp from the mist. Slowly he lifted his head. His face was just above hers, and his eyes were suddenly grave, full of longing. He wanted to talk to her, but could not without sitting up. So he stayed where he was, his fingers smoothing back her hair, while he tried to read her expression. She was smiling a little, unsure. Tenderly he pressed his lips to her forehead. Hardly breathing, she closed her eyes. His mouth was gentle as it moved across her eyes and slowly down her cheeks. It was not a kiss. This was something infinitely more tender. A brushing of her skin, a touching so light it held her spellbound, powerless. He was moving his mouth along her jaw, across her lips, his breath warm, sweet. He stopped, and she lifted her face, wanting more. "Ah, Man," he said, amazed, and slowly moved over her, covering her with kisses feather-light. Entranced, she did not realize he had pushed away the blankets and undone her clothes, until she felt his mouth on her shoulders and throat, moving down, exploring, his lips exquisite on her skin. With utter trust, she gave herself to him, to his mouth, his hands, all of him. Just once memories of Isaac tore through her, and she tensed, waiting for the sudden roughness, the hurt. But there was only gentleness, only Raven, groaning quietly with pleasure, saying her name over and over, his voice full of adoration and wonder, his touch so tender it made her weep. Raven, innocent and unhurried and in perfect harmony with her, telling his love at last, in ways beyond words, in ways that were moon-good beautiful. Chapter 29. Father Brennan looked up from digging the grave in the churchyard and stared in astonishment at the couple standing just beyond the carved stone crosses. The young woman wore a white dress with green leaves embroidered on the bodice, and a garland of wildflowers on her hair. The youth was in a snowy shirt, black hose and shoes, and a quilted jerkin of indigo silk. Smiling, radiant, they both had blue-black hair still wet from washing in the sea, and their eyes shone. They looked stunning. "Well, you two polish up all right," remarked Father Brennan, trying not to smile too widely as he leaned his spade against a tombstone and wiped his hands on his dusty habit. "Going to a wedding, are you?" "Aye," said Marnie. Raven signed something to her, and she giggled and blushed. "And whose wedding is it?" asked the priest gruffly, though his eyes sparkled. "It wouldn't be the wedding of that young widow, the one who said she wouldn't buy a wagon without seeing if the wheels turned." Marnie's blush deepened, and she did not reply. Unable to keep a straight face any longer, Father Brennan chuckled. "Oh, Marnie, child," he said, striding over and hugging her. "The wheels spun fine, did they?" "None of your teasing, Father," she said, "or we'll go elsewhere to be wed." Father Brennan hugged Raven as well, then stood back and admired him. "Well, you're a brave man to be taking her on, and that's for sure," he said. Marnie signed to Raven. "Father Brennan said you are strong, like the bird that flies in the storm, to be my husband." Grinning, Raven said, "Tell him, maybe I am stupid." She punched his arm, and they laughed. "Come now, you can't be clouting him yet, you haven't even said your vows," cried Father Brennan, leading them over towards the church. Marnie looked back at the grave he had almost finished digging. "You're busy, Father. Shall we come another time?" "Nay, I wouldn't hear of it. If I made you wait, you'd be bound to change your mind. I have a burying in an hour or so. I've time for your wedding before then. But I won't be able to celebrate with you after, I'm afraid. The funeral is a child's, and her parents are needing me to spend time with them after." "That's all right, Father. If you'll just marry us, we'd be grateful forever. Besides, I want to see Pierce Isherwood after, about the house. I won't make a deal with him. I'll just ask what he'll pay, and then talk it over with you. And if you don't mind waiting for it, we'll pay you the penny for marrying us after he's bought our house. I don't have a penny now." "All your life's great enterprises done in one fair morning, eh, lass?" Father Brennan smiled. He added seriously, "I hope Raven knows the significance of what he's doing, and that it's for life." "I told him, Father." "Aye, no doubt you did," muttered the priest. "There's one thing I'll say for you, Widow Isherwood. You know how to give a man a message straight and no mistake." The church was quiet, full of incense and holiness, with yellow morning light coming in through the small windows set deep into the walls. The roof was lost in shadow, but Marnie could just see the rafters, their harmonious patterns unfolding in the quiet dark. Father Brennan went up to the altar and bent his head in prayer for a while. Marnie and Raven waited behind him, their hands linked. When Father Brennan turned to face them, Marnie said, "We only want a short wedding, Father, not the whole thing like before. And can you talk slow and make the words easy so I can tell them to Raven?" "I'll do my best," promised the priest. "We'll have the wedding in the little porch, as usual, and then come inside the church for the communion. I'll keep everything short." "I think we'll miss the communion, Father," she said. "It would remind me—" "I understand, child, and I don't think the good Lord will love you any less for it. But there are a few other things to be arranged. We need 2 witnesses. I'd like your own mother to be one, but you're not giving me time to fetch her." "She wouldn't be a witness, not for me and Raven." "What about old Finian and his wife? They took no part in bringing you to your trial, and they helped me look after Raven sometimes when he were little." "They'll be fine, Father." "And we'll need a ring. I have several that I keep for occasions such as this. You can choose which one you want while I wash and get on my vestments and talk to Finian." They waited in the porch while he hurried to his house and returned with a small box of rings. "Choose which one you want," he said, giving it to Marnie. "And maybe you and Raven should do some praying. If he knows about the Almighty, that is." "Raven knows him very well, Father. He always has. I only gave him the name." "Aye, I thought he might," murmured Father Brennan. "I can't tell you how happy I am to be doing this for you, lass. But I wish I'd had some warning. I'd have made myself handsome and put flowers in the church." "You're always handsome, Father, and the church is always beautiful." "Ah, you're a sweet saint, Widow Isherwood, and that's my true and unbiased opinion." He kissed her forehead and hurried back to his house. Marnie and Raven stood in the picturesque little porch and looked through the rings in the box. Morning sun filtered in through the leaded windows, making soft halos about their bent heads and glinting in the rings. At first Marnie looked for one large enough to go easily over the scarred finger on her left hand, but then changed her mind. "I'll put your ring on my right hand," she signed. "It's the hand I make many words with, and the only good hand." "They are both good," he said, lifting her left hand and kissing the scars very softly. Kissing her right palm as well, he noticed that the gold band was missing. "Why?" he asked. "I gave it to Father Brennan, so he can get gold. I gave it for all the things he gave us." "We want that ring now." "No, it was Isaac's. I want a different ring for us." "I have one." Suddenly excited, he felt in Isaac's velvet purse, which was hanging from his belt. Marnie had given it to him, and in it he kept coloured stones and other assorted treasures. "I'll give you this," he said, slipping a large ring on her finger. It was the ring he had found in the ashes the day the chimney had broken, bringing down the nests and debris from the sooty recesses. In the morning light, the coloured glass glowed red and gold and white. "It's too big," Raven said, disappointed. "It's a man's ring," she told him, relieved because it was so crass and ugly, though she would have treasured it for Raven's sake if it had fit. Raven tried the ring on his own fingers, but as always it fell off, and he dropped it back in the purse. They chose a plain brass ring, and Marnie gave it to Raven to hold. "When we have made our big words together," she explained, "you will give me this ring, and after that I will be your wife, and you will be my husband." "I don't want a ring to know that," he said. "It's for other people to know. Other people must hear our big words. 2 people, and Father Brennan, and the Maker of all things. We must hold him in our hearts a little time now, and make us right and strong for the huge thing we do." They went into the church, holding hands as they walked through the dimness to the stone altar. Kneeling, they closed their eyes. After a time, Raven made soft sounds, and Marnie looked at him. Tears were streaming down his face, and he was talking with his hands, though his eyes were still closed. She looked away again, her head bent. For the 100th time since she had known him, she wondered how much he understood, and suspected it was more than she would ever know. Closing her eyes, she prayed, whispering, "Thank you for Raven, for our love, and the joy it is. One day let us have words enough to tell everything that is in our hearts. Thank you that, for the loving part of it, we need no words. And pardon me for saying that, Lord, but I wanted you to know that with Raven it's fine, and I won't be asking you to let me out of it again. And I'm glad you forgot that I asked to be ugly or plague-ridden, because that would have been calamitous, seeing as you had Raven waiting for me. And please bless the souls of Isaac and Eilis, because without them I wouldn't be here this day beside this friend." After their prayers, they went back and waited in the porch. Father Brennan returned, wearing clean vestments and carrying a holy book. He had brought, too, a large pitcher of honey mead, which he set on the grass just outside the rustic wooden gate. "The honey mead's my gift to you both on your wedding day," he said. "I know it's the custom for your parents to give it to you, but seeing as they're not here, you can have it from me." "Thank you, Father," Marnie said. "We'll think of you while we drink it." "I doubt you will," he said, smiling. Old Finian appeared, hobbling through the long grasses between the tombstones, with his wife clutching one arm. Very gravely, they came up and shook Raven's hand and nodded to Marnie. They faced the church door, and Father Brennan opened his book. He was about to speak when there were voices in the churchyard, and a group of villagers approached. They were mainly elderly women, for the younger women were minding their children, and the men were out fishing in their boats. They clustered behind the gate, staring at the beautiful young widow with the white dress and flowers in her hair, and the youth they used to whip, looking handsome as a prince. They began to murmur among themselves, then caught Father Brennan's frown and fell silent. "Are you happy if they stay, Marnie?" asked Father Brennan. "I can ask them to leave if you wish." "I don't mind, Father," she said. The priest smiled and his eyes shimmered as he began.
Beloved friends, we be gathered here, before God and before these witnesses, to join together this man and this woman in holy wedlock." At the end of every sentence he stopped, and Marnie repeated the words with her hands for Raven. He watched and listened, his eyes grave and comprehending. When it came to the time for him to make his vows, he wept, and Marnie wept, making hers. And they both were so solemn and joyful that Father Brennan cried, watching them. By the time Raven slipped the ring on Marnie's finger, the priest could hardly speak. Then it was done, and Father Brennan said, "Raven, you may kiss your wife." Raven looked to Marnie to have the words interpreted, but she only stared at him, nonplussed. "What is it?" asked the priest softly. "You have kissed him before, haven't you?" "Aye," she said, confused. "But I don't have a handword for kiss. I don't know what to tell him." "Just do it, lass," said Father Brennan. So she did, in front of them all. And Raven put his arms around her and would not let her go, and it was a kiss such as never had been seen before in Torquura. At last, red-faced and breathless, Marnie managed to disentangle herself from his embrace, and the women behind the gate twittered and sighed, and thought wistfully of their own sweethearts of long ago. Old Finian and his wife beamed at one another, and, clutching each other's wrinkled hands, followed the newlyweds and the priest into the church. Father Brennan said a formal blessing and a prayer, then went over to a table beside the altar to record their names in the book of marriages. Dipping the quill in the ink, the priest wrote for a while on the old yellowed page. Suddenly he looked up, disquieted. "I've a problem with the names, Marnie," he said. "I don't have a family name for Raven, that you can take instead of Isherwood. And I need a name. This is a lawful document." "Can't we make up a name?" she asked. "He's Raven of the Fields. Call him Raven O'Field." Father Brennan looked at Finian. "I'm happy with O'Field as the name, but what are your thoughts on the matter, man?" he asked. "Well," quavered old Finian, "I quite like the name O'Field. And that's how most of us got our names, come to think of it. Thatcher for thatching roofs, and Smith for the smithy, and Miller for the miller. It makes sense. Raven O'Field. He lived in the fields all his life. I think the name's a good one, and I'll not hem and haw about witnessing it." And so Marnie and Raven received their new name, and they marked their crosses beside their names in the great book in the ancient church at Torquura, and were married. Chapter 30. Pierce Isherwood opened the dark bottle of costly wine, and poured the rich crimson liquor into 3 goblets. He gave one to Raven, and handed Marnie hers. He was congenial, generous, and his goodwill worried Marnie more than his acrimony had. "Here's a toast, then," said Pierce, raising his goblet. "To the newlyweds. May your lives be long and happy." They drank, and he went on. "I never thought to be toasting you twice as a bride, Marnie. I admit you look even more ravishing now than you did the first time. I am honoured that you've come to visit straight after your wedding. I thought you'd be with your friends, celebrating." "Father Brennan has a funeral to do," she said. "We wanted to see you while we were in the village. It's about the house." "Well, sit down," said Pierce, indicating 2 chairs. Marnie and Raven sat, though Pierce remained standing, sipping his wine and regarding them with that sly, infuriating smile of his. The room was sparsely furnished, though everything in it was of excellent quality, hand-picked from the manor house. A delicate polished table stood between their chairs, and Marnie put her wine on it so she could talk to Raven. Without speaking, she signed, "The man says good words, but his eyes say different things. His words will most like be lies." "I see you still use your strange magic," remarked Pierce pleasantly. "I thought you'd have loosened his tongue by now, so he could talk." "I have no sorcery. The ordeal proved me innocent, and I'll not answer to you about any of it," said Marnie. "I've come to talk about the property, and that's all I'll talk about. And I know it's not the house you want, but the cove, because of the business you want to start there." "Business?" repeated Pierce, a black eyebrow raised. "And what business is that, Marnie?" "The shipping business, for the wool. I heard talk when I was working on your land, before Sir William died. I heard talk about all the sheep you wanted to own, and how you planned to ship out the wool to other places. I know that's why you want the cove, and that it's worth a good amount." His face inscrutable, Pierce finished his drink, then poured himself another. He lifted his goblet again. "You're right about the good amount. Here's to it, and my new property," he said. "It isn't yours yet, sir," said Marnie. "Ah, but it is," said Pierce. "And I thank you, most sincerely. I wasn't expecting such a generous move on your part, not after all your fighting talk. I would have paid you that good amount if you'd sold the place to me. I thought you needed money. But as it is, you've just handed the property into my hands free, and I'll not show ingratitude." "But I haven't," she said, the colour rising in her face. "I'm not giving it. I want to sell." "But it's too late for that," he laughed, running his hand through his dark hair as if he were perplexed. "I don't know what you're up to, Marnie. You do realise, don't you, what you've done?" "I've come to sell my house," she cried, standing, angry because he was laughing at her, and she did not know why. "You don't realise, do you?" he said. "Oh, Marnie Isherwood, what a beautiful, blessed fool you are." "I'm not a fool, and I'm Marnie O'Field now. That's my new name." "Marnie O'Field, well now, that rolls off the tongue smooth and lovely like red wine. Marnie O'Field, lawful wedded wife of the village madman, and no longer widow of Sir Isaac Isherwood. You know what you've done, my sweet. In marrying your madman you've forfeited your house. It's in the will my father wrote. If any of our wives are made a widow, they inherit whatever we leave to them. But if they marry again within 10 years, the inheritance returns to the Isherwood estate. All you ever got from Isaac reverted back to his family the moment you made a vow to someone else." Marnie sat down again, speechless. "You're lying," she said after a while. Raven went and crouched by her, asking something, but she held his hands still and shook her head. He waited, confused and upset. "I'm not lying," said Pierce. "If you've any doubts, I'll send a lad to Fernley with a letter for my brother Gerard, asking for a copy of our father's will. It's there in black and white. What a pity you didn't come and see me on your way to your wedding instead of after it. It would have made all the difference. But you couldn't wait, could you, to get rid of that ring Isaac put on you? Well, you're rid of it now, and him, and everything else he gave you. I wish you happiness with your fine new husband and his wide estate. Now, if you're not going to finish your wine, maybe you'd like to leave. I have some things to box up for moving. I'll shift into the cottage at noon tomorrow. You'll be out by then, or I'll throw you out, and even your obliging priest won't be able to stop me." Marnie stood, and without looking at Pierce again or saying a word, walked out. As Raven followed her, he picked up the jar of honey mead Father Brennan had given them, which he had left on the step. "What did he say?" he asked, tucking the heavy jar securely under his arm and hurrying after Marnie. "He said, because I have your ring now, and not Isaac's, the house is not mine, it's his. He will not give me gold for it. He will take it tomorrow and shut us out. We must go and have nothing." She was furious, devastated, and Raven did not know what to do to comfort her. They came to the church and saw the mourners going in, carrying the dead child on a bier. People stopped to look at the newlyweds and began to whisper. Marnie clutched Raven's hand and looked straight ahead, at the long grass track to the cove that was no longer hers. A little farther on were the graves outside the churchyard, where Eilis was buried.
3 boys and a girl stood around the headstones, talking. They stopped as Raven and Marnie drew near.
"You're the witch, aren't you?"
called one of the boys, his expression a mixture of fear and audacity. He was about 12 summers old, and the oldest of the group. Marnie did not reply, but walked on, her fingers tight about Raven's, her face expressionless. As she passed the graves, she looked at the grave of eyeless Isherwood. The pitted stone was stained with something dark. She looked at the children, saw the guilt in their faces. Then the boy said, his chin jutting out, "We didn't do no wrong. We're stopping it, the evil in our village." "What evil?" asked Marnie.
"Her evil,"
said the boy, kicking the headstone.
"The curse of the old witch. We killed a black cat and put its blood on her stone. It's a powerful thing, cat's blood. It'll stop the evil coming up out of her grave."
"That's foolishness," cried Marnie. "There's no evil in her grave."
"Aye, there is too," cried the girl. "It's her ghost. It went back to her cottage and put itself in you. That's what my mother says."
Marnie's hands shook as she told Raven what the girl had said. The children watched her strange gestures and retreated. "Your mother's wrong," said Marnie. "There's no ghost, no witch."
"There is so," shouted the first boy. "It's in her house, and we're going to do something about it."
Afraid, the others tried to hush him, but he burst out, his face red with defiance and zeal.
"Tomorrow, after church, we're going to burn it."
They ran off into the village, and Marnie watched them leave, her face sad. "It's good that we are going," she signed to Raven. "All the people, children too, do not like me. They say they will put fire on our house tomorrow." "Are you afraid they will?" "No, it's only words, from children wanting to be strong. But we will go at sunup, and have all day to journey." She picked some daisies from around the graves and spread them over the blood the children had poured on Eyeless's headstone. But the blood still showed, so she removed the wedding garland from her head and placed that too on the stone. Then she took Raven's hand again, and they started walking back. As they descended into the cove and saw the cottage shining in the sun, Marnie covered her face with her hands, her grief sharp and unbearable. She stumbled on, sobbing, and Raven stopped her. He put the jar of honey mead down on the grass. Lifting her chin with his hand, he made her look at him. "I have you, and you have me," he said. "A house is only stones and grass. We have all the stones, all the grass, the sea, and the sky, all the far fields. They are ours. We have a wagon, and horse, and chickens, and bread, and clothes. We have everything we want for our journey, and we are together all times. Why are you sad?" Looking at him, seeing the love in his eyes, Marnie slowly smiled. "I'm stupid sometimes, that is why," she said. "Very stupid," Raven said, smiling. "We have this day here, and tonight. I want it to be a good time." "This time," she said. "It's what people call our honeymoon." "Honeymoon," he repeated, puzzled, thinking she was joking. "What has the moon to do with honey?" "Under the moon, we drink the honey mead. Everyone drinks honey mead on the first night they are husband and wife, and the time is called their honeymoon." Raven laughed. "Sweet moon time," he said, picking up the jar again. "I like it." They kissed and walked on, their arms around each other, down to the sun-warmed sand and the secluded house and the honey-sweet afternoon. Chapter 31. Raven picked up the basket of bowls and cups from the floor and took it outside. The sun was barely up, the sky's vivid blue, cloudless again. It was a good day for a journey.
He pushed the basket to the back of the wagon, wedging it between the chests of clothes, and called Marnie. She was under the trees feeding the hens. "You can bring the chickens now," he signed. "I have made their house." The house was the little table Isaac had made, turned upside down so the top formed the base and the legs the four corners, with a blanket tied firmly about it for the sides. Marnie came over, a speckled hen in her arms. Gently she placed it into the enclosure. "It's a good house. Thank you," she said to Raven. "Isaac's table is good in many ways." Her face was flushed from the dawn, and the sun burned in her eyes and in the specks of sand still caught in her hair from yesterday's loving on the beach. She glanced at Isaac's grave with its rough wooden cross. "Maybe Pierce will get a stone cross for him," she said. "If you want to sit near Isaac a little time, I'll get the other chickens," said Raven. "Everything is on the wagon now, but not the chest with Isaac's making things. We must put them all back in." "I don't want to sit by Isaac, but I want to be in the house alone, to put his making things away." Understanding, Raven went to catch the other hens. For a few moments, Marnie leaned in the open doorway, looking at the empty room. Only Isaac's toolbox remained, the tools piled beside it, and the straw where the bed had been. Marnie knelt by the toolbox. Raven had set the rabbit free and emptied its droppings from the box. Only a dark stain remained on the wood where the animal's injured leg had left a smudge of blood. Marnie looked at the hearth and remembered the day she had washed away Isaac's blood, scrubbing the hearth until her knuckles were raw. Bending her head in her good hand, she sighed deeply and was quiet a while, thinking. Then, slowly, she picked up the first tool. Holding it between her knees, she polished it carefully on her apron with her right hand, then fixed it into its special place in the box. When all were cleaned and put away, she closed the lid and stood up. Everything was finished now. The cottage was bare. But the floor was dry and clean, the roof was thatched, and the fireplace tidy. "Thank you for letting me live in your house, Ilis," she whispered. "I loved it well." When she went outside, Raven came over and put something into her hand. "I made this. It's yours," he said. It was a piece of wood, broken at the ends, but smoothly curved between, and on it he had etched a little boat like theirs. "The wood," he said. "It's from our boat. It's a little thing from our time here to take away." Speechless, she kissed him, and put the precious gift in the basket with the bowls and cups. Grunting with the effort, Raven brought out the box of tools, and Marnie did her best to help him put it in the wagon. Then Raven got the goat, leaving the tethering rope around its neck so they could lead it back to Father Brannan's place. "You take the wagon," said Marnie, "and I'll walk with the goat." That was the way they left, not looking behind them, with Raven driving the wagon and Marnie scolding the goat for being unruly and too slow. They were almost at the village when they saw Pierce Isherwood coming towards them. He was walking in a leisurely way, as if enjoying an early morning stroll. He stopped by their wagon, and Raven halted the horse. "Good morning, sweet sister-in-law," Pierce said cheerfully to Marnie, ignoring Raven. "I was on my way to make sure you were keeping your side of the bargain, but I see you are." "We had no bargain," said Marnie, struggling with the goat, which decided that the edge of Pierce's tunic looked like interesting fodder. "But the house is yours. I hope you're satisfied with it." "I'll be satisfied once I've found what is hidden there," he said. "You were wrong about the shipping business, and me wanting the cove for that. My father thought about the wool business, but changed his mind. You shouldn't listen to gossip, Marnie. It brings nothing good, and you should know that well. Then why do you want the house? What do you mean? What is hidden there?
You've no idea what you've been living with all this time, he said, laughing. Have you heard those old stories about Hylas, and how she had a king for a lover?
Aye, Father Brennan told me.
Well, they were true. He gave her a gift once, a king's keepsake, jewels and gold. And that's what makes the cottage worth more than all our father's lands. That treasure Hylas hid there. Obviously Isaac never told you.
No. Marnie's voice was small, dry in her throat. Then she remembered. He did ask me once if I found anything. I thought he had lost some money. He said if I did find anything to give it to him and not to deceive him. It was the last thing he ever said to me.
You should have listened, Pierce smiled, enjoying her anguish. You had so much time to look for it, Marnie. You could have dug up your whole floor, taken the place to pieces, stone by stone, but you didn't. You prattled on about your pathetic new thatch and how much you loved the hovel, and never thought of anything better. Well, I'll be finding it now.
If you knew about it, why didn't you look before? She asked, hating him, hating the way he sneered, mocking her.
We only knew about it after our father died, said Pierce. We knew our grandmother had a cottage here, but it was worthless. We wanted nothing to do with it, since she died by the fire, dishonourably. When Isaac inherited her old cottage and nothing else, we were angry for his sake, and thought our father was a miserly old devil, and mad into the bargain. But he left Isaac a letter, and when Isaac read it, he didn't mind so much. He never told us what was in the letter, and I didn't know till I found it there that day. I knew then I had to own this house by fair means or foul. And now I have it. So you go on your merry way with your new husband and your little goat and your precious belongings, and in the years to come you can tell your children as they crowd starving around your knees how you spent a whole summer living with a king's treasure and you didn't know it. He bowed mockingly and began to go on.
What is the treasure, sir? Asked Marnie. Is it gold?
Aye, a bit of gold, said Pierce, stopping again. But it's what's set into the gold that matters, Marnie. There are rubies, each one worth a manor house, and jasper, and diamonds beyond price. 'Tis a small thing, I believe, a piece of jewellery most like, but worth a life spent in looking.
Suddenly Raven called out.
Ma! Ma!
He cried, pointing back up the hill towards the cove. From behind the hill, from the cove itself, rose a pall of black smoke.
"The house!" cried Marnie. "'Tis your house, Pierce! Oh, Lord! The children! They said—"
Pierce did not wait to hear more.
With a cry of fury and despair, he ran towards the cove, stumbling, falling in his haste, his hopeless yells like sobs.
Raven got down from the wagon and touched Marnie's arm. Transfixed, she was staring at the smoke, her eyes moist. "It's not our thing to hurt about," Raven said. "It's not our house." "What did Pierce say?" He shook her arm, and she looked at him shocked, not comprehending anything except that the house she loved was on fire. Then, slowly, that other thing dawned across her mind, the thing Pierce had said about the king's keepsake. "Raven," she said, her fingers shaking so much she could hardly sign, "where is the ring you got from the fire the day the storm came?"
"Why?"
"Where is it?" Bewildered, he felt in his leather pouch. Then he searched a second time and shrugged. "It's lost," he said. "No matter. You said it was ugly and—"
"Find it!" she shrieked, forgetting to sign. "Find it!"
Alarmed, catching her panic, he leaned over the wagon and opened his chest of clothes. He pulled out a shirt and felt in the silken folds. Throwing it on the ground, he pulled out another and another. Jerkins, leggings, and coloured tunics flew through the air. He came to the belt he had worn yesterday at his wedding and pulled it out. He felt in the velvet purse still tied to it and held up the ring, beaming. "Why, Marn?" he asked. "It is—" She stopped, frantic, trying to think of a word for worth. Fumbling, her signs jumbled, she said, "Pierce said there was gold in the house. Gold, much gold, that will get houses and fields and—" "But this ring is not gold," he said, mystified. "It's ugly. You don't like it." "We must take it to Father Brennan, ask him what it is. The red and yellow and white things, maybe they are not ugly. Maybe they are beautiful. Father Brennan will tell us." Raven scratched his head and dropped the ring back in the purse. Marnie grabbed it out and held it tightly in her right hand. "Quick, pick up your clothes. We have to see Father Brennan," she cried, and Raven, watching her mouth, fathomed most of her words. But Father Brennan had seen the smoke and was already on his way to them, running fast, his holy books still under his arm, for he had just finished the morning service at church. "Your house is on fire!" the priest yelled, panting hard, drawing alongside them and waving his arm towards the smoke. "Haven't you noticed?" "Aye," said Marnie. "What colour are Ruby's father?" In astonishment, Father Brennan surveyed the clothes strewn across the ground. "What on earth are you two doing?" he cried. "If you're thinking of holding your own market, you can't, it's the Sabbath. But your house! What are you going to do about your house? 'Twill be nothing but blackened stones by now." "What colour are Ruby's?" she asked again. The goat was chewing one of Isaac's embroidered shirts, and Father Brennan snatched the garment back, scowling at the animal. "Ruby's are red. Are you blind? Don't you see what's happening?" "And Jasper, Father?" Father Brennan gazed at her in disbelief. Beside her the goat started on a costly tunic, and in yonder skies the black smoke spread, ink-dark and appalling. "All right, I'll play your silly guessing game," Father Brennan said. "Jasper is yellow, maybe brown. What's your next question while your worldly goods are being destroyed?" "Diamonds, Father. What colour are they?" "Diamonds are clear and pure as Christ's own tears." "Like these?" she asked, dropping the ring into his hand. Father Brennan's holy books slipped to the ground, and he went so pale, Marnie thought he was going to be ill. Seeing the shock in the priest's face, Raven grabbed the nearest thing, which happened to be his clothes chest, closed it, and set it on the ground for him to sit on. Father Brennan sank onto it, still staring at the ring on his palm. "What are you saying?" Raven signed to Marnie. "What is going on?" "I don't know," she said. "Maybe everything, maybe nothing." Raven rolled his eyes heavenward and began picking up his clothes. "Stupid," he signed furiously, to the goat, to Father Brennan's back, to the stunned villagers outside the church, to anyone who might be interested. "Marnie is stupid today. Stupid, stupid." Marnie knelt in front of the priest, looking into his face. "What is it, Father?" she asked. "Is it worth anything?" "Aye, a small kingdom," he murmured. "Where did you get it, child?" Smiling, crying, she told him. And she told him what Pierce had said about the king's gift Eilis had hidden. Father Brennan listened, shaking his head, sometimes near tears himself. "I think we'd better go back to my house," he said. "I'll give you a piece of leather to thread this on, and you must tie it around your neck and make sure you never lose sight of it." "It's Raven's," she said, "not mine. I don't like it." "Ah, you have poor taste, Marnie, except in my cooking and in your choice of husband. And at the moment I have my doubts about him, the way he's reverting to his former ravings. I'll go home with this and find something to thread it on, and you and Raven come on when you've sorted out your little bit of domestic bedlam. And in case you've forgot, I feel it's my bounden duty to remind you that your house is on fire." "It's not my house," said Marnie, and told him why and what the children had said. "I suppose that's divine justice," he remarked, gazing at the black smoke. "Still, there'll be enough rubble left to keep him busy for a year or so, searching." "You won't tell him we have the ring, Father?" "What, and ruin his blissful ambitions? I might even do the neighbourly thing and go and help him look for it." Chuckling, Father Brennan picked up his books, took the goat's tether firmly in one hand, and began walking back. Marnie opened the chest he had been sitting on so Raven could put his clothes in. He was still snatching up the garments from the ground, tight-lipped and angry. Marnie tugged at his arm, but he pulled away, stuffing his belongings violently back into the chest. He expected Marnie to complain because she was fussy about folding clothes, but she only watched, a wide smile on her face. "I don't like it when you don't make words to me," he signed, then slammed down the lid and heaved the chest onto the wagon again, dropping it with such force that the whole wagon shook, sending the hens into a flutter and seriously tempting the horse to bolt. "I'm not stupid. I want to know what is going on. I ask you, and you say, maybe everything, maybe nothing, and now you laugh, and I'm angry, very, very big, huge angry." "I'm happy," she said. "Very, very big, huge, happy." "Why?" "Stop, and I'll tell you." Haltingly, because she did not have all the words, she explained about the ring, and what Father Brennan had said. As Raven watched her hands, his anger evaporated, though he did not fully understand. It was enough that Marnie was happy. "Now we have everything," she finished, elated. Shaking his head, unable to comprehend her excitement, Raven told her, "We, all times, had everything." Chapter 32. Father Brennan rolled up the letter he had written to his friend and tied a red ribbon around it. He handed it to Marnie. "Give that to Father Seamus in Killicoreen," he said. "It'll introduce you and gain you a loyal helper." "What have you said to him?" asked Marnie. "I told him Raven's an extraordinary young man with emerging brightness." "And me? What did you tell him about me?" "I told him you're a crotchety, mutinous saint who's caused some near-calamitous upheavals to my spiritual peace. I also warned him not to argue with you, because you always win." "I'm not crotchety." "I'm begging your pardon. Maybe I should have used a stronger word." She laughed and signed to Raven. Father Brennan made parchment words to his friend in the big village where we go. He said to his friend, "Raven is good, and Marnie is bad, and he will like us." Raven grinned, though his grey eyes were narrowed, astute and suspicious. "I watched his mouth," he signed. "Father Brennan did not say those words." "I'll tell you after," she said, speaking as well. "It was lies, what he said, and his words don't matter." "Lies, was it?" muttered Father Brennan, picking up the priceless ring, which he had knotted securely onto a thick leather thong. "I don't think I ought to be giving you this, Marnie. You simply don't appreciate diamonds when you see them." He put the leather over Raven's head, hiding the ring inside his shirt. "Look after this ring," he said, and Raven, watching his mouth, nodded. "Poor man," Raven said. Looking into the priest's face, he signed, trying to speak as well. "You are my mother and father. You made me strong and all right before Marnie came. If you did not look after me, she maybe find me hurt all the way to dead. All times I will hold you in my heart." Marnie interpreted, and the priest embraced the young man. "I'm glad I kept you all right too," he said huskily. "I don't know which of you needs the other the most. You're kindred spirits, born for each other, and that's the truth." When he was composed again, Father Brennan told Marnie, "I haven't mentioned the ring in the letter to Seamus, in case the letter's seen by someone other than yourselves. People murder for less than what Raven has around his neck. Keep it hidden. Tell Seamus about it yourselves, and ask him to help with the selling of it. You won't be able to sell it all at once. There's not a person in this land could afford it, excepting maybe a king himself." "If this is so valuable, why did Eilis not sell it? You said she died poor, with nothing." "She couldn't sell it, for the same reason it'll be difficult for you. You'll be able to sell it only in a town, such as Killicoreen, and then only a stone at a time. But don't break up the ring yourselves. Get it done proper. Don't sell even a little stone without asking Seamus first. He'll know where you can go, where you won't be cheated. What are you going to do with it all, Marnie? With your great fortune?" "I owe you some of it, Father, and we still haven't paid you the penny for making us wed." "You owe me nothing. You've already given me your old wedding ring, and that's worth far more than anything I've given you. Will you buy yourselves a great piece of land and a grand manor house?" "I was thinking maybe we'll buy another horse and a little house on wheels, such as the gypsies have," said Marnie. Father Brennan laughed. "Aye, I can see that suiting you better. Now, before you go, there's something I want you to have." He picked up a gift from the table and gave it to her. It was a little book with a cover of velvet soft brown leather and the name embossed in gold. With great care, Marnie opened it. The parchment pages were pale as cream, fine and smooth, with golden edges. The script, beautifully written by hand, was small and flawless, and the letters at chapter beginnings were wonderfully decorated. Marnie stroked the pages, then sniffed them, and put her cheek against the leather cover. "'Tis lovely," she said. "I love it, Father. Thank you. I'll keep it till I die." "Then I hope it's yours for a long time," smiled Father Brennan. "'Tis the Holy Gospels, copied by an old monk I loved well. I was planning to teach you to read them, but for reasons of his own the Almighty's decided that's not to be my joy. But I don't doubt you'll learn to read and to write as well. And when you can read the Gospels, you can tell the stories to Raven, and that'll be my gift to him. It's for you both, Marnie." She discovered something written in a larger hand on the first page. "Did you write this, Father?" "Aye. I want you to read it for yourself one day." "Won't you tell me what it is?" "No. And now you best be going, and make the most of a fine day for travelling." "I feel terrible saying this, Father, but I need to ask you for something else. I seem to be always asking and never giving." "You give more than you know just by smiling. What is it you need?" "Can you lend me a few pennies so I can buy bread from the alehouse before we leave?" Amused, Father Brennan went to a pottery jar on a shelf and took out a piece of silver and several copper coins. "This will keep you going," he said, "until you get your first sack of gold." "Don't say that, you frighten me," she said. "Thank you, Father." "Now don't you start on your thankings," said Father Brennan, going outside with them. "I want you to go, and go fast, or else you'll see me overwrought and blubbering, and that's not a pretty sight." He embraced Raven, and the youth climbed onto the wagon and took up the reins. Then Father Brennan turned to Marnie. "Don't say a word, lass," he said hoarsely, holding her close and kissing her hair. "Just go. God bless you both. I'll never forget you." She got up beside Raven, and he flicked the reins, and the wagon rumbled off. Marnie looked back at the priest and waved, but her sight was so blurred she saw only a brown form and a hand raised in blessing. Then she faced the front, and Raven took her hand in his, and they went along the rough road to the beachfront cottages, and down onto the stony track along the shore, where the road passed the sea-wall and the alehouse. Marnie wiped her eyes and signed, "Stop here. We want bread from the house," with the words over the door. Giving him one of the copper coins, she added, "You go. Ask for bread." "I can't. They will laugh." "No, they will not. You can ask with your mouth. All you say is, 'Bread, please.' You have said it to me many times." She repeated the two words very clearly. "You say them," she said, without signing. He swallowed nervously. "Bread, please." Marnie smiled and kissed him. "Your mouth words are good, like mine. Now go and get the bread. Give the gold, and they will give you bread."
He jumped down and stood for a few moments facing the alehouse, gathering his courage. At last, with shoulders back and head held high, he crossed the pebbly beach to the steps that led to the weather-beaten door. He turned and looked at Marnie, and she blew him a kiss and waved him on. Ducking his head, he passed into the darkness within. Marnie sat holding the reins, looking at the door and the sign above it creaking as it swung in the breeze. The Sage and Fool. 100 summers, it seemed, since she had sat in this place on this wagon, waiting for another man. She looked the other way, at the ocean, and thought of the time she had first sat there and watched it, marvelling. And the mad boy had stood on these very stones, the blood running down him, faint-coloured in the rain, and his eyes full of hunger and pain. "Mom!" she heard. "Mom!" She looked back at the alehouse and saw him running down the steps 2 at a time. Laughing, triumphant, he came leaping over the stones towards her, brandishing a loaf of bread. He put the bread and money away and checked that everything was secure. Then he climbed to his seat, gave Marnie a joyful kiss, and took the reins. The wagon rumbled along the track, and Marnie hummed to herself and did not look at the people as they came out of their houses, silent and unsmiling, to watch the departure of the madman and the witch. Raven drove the horse up onto the inland road, and they passed the last grim houses, and the stony field with its unused whipping post, and on they went, away from Torkura, towards the shining hills. That was the end of The Raging Quiet, written by Sherryl Jordan and read by Nikki Paul. Author's note. The Raging Quiet began, as all my stories begin, with the arrival of the main characters, who appear suddenly in my mind as vivid as a dream or powerful memory. I cannot describe the excitement of that moment, that first seeing. It is like a meeting with long-lost friends, in whose shining company I shall spend the next months of my life. The entire story is like a remembering, a series of images flashing across my mind, a gift to be treasured, experienced in the imagination until it is fully known, then recorded as faithfully as possible. Marnie and Raven came to me like that, so charismatic and real that I felt I had known them all my life. Their story, too, came to me in a few moments, so vivid and complete that I found I could not force it into a particular time or place in history, for fear of distorting what I had been given. So I left their tale in the freer atmosphere of myth, and simply wrote a fantasy set in an ancient time. But although their story is fantasy, there is much in it that is true. Marnie's trial, for example, is authentic, and the words and rituals recorded here were used in such ordeals. Marnie's life on the manor land is typical of the lives of many people long ago, and the festivities and customs are drawn from history. Also, I drew on my own experience in writing of Marnie's difficulties as she tried to communicate with Raven, who is deaf. For several years I worked with profoundly deaf children in schools, and spoke with them through signs. Marnie's dealings with Raven, her difficulties, frustration, despair, joy, and triumph, are all things I have experienced. The sign language Marnie invents is obviously different from the official sign languages used today, though some signs are based on natural gestures and are therefore similar. This tale belongs to any time, even our own. It is about prejudice and ignorance, and a young woman wrongly accused, who is guilty of only one thing, the unforgivable crime of being different. This has been a Belinda Audiobooks production. Sherryl Jordan is an award-winning New Zealand author. She writes, "All my life I have felt a great affinity with deaf people, and have loved sign language. For several years I worked with profoundly deaf children in schools and spoke with them through signs. Marnie's dealings with Raver, her difficulties, frustration, despair, joy and triumph are all things I have experienced. Sherryl Jordan has been fascinated with the era in which the Raging Quiet is set all her life. Other Belinda audiobooks available include The Dons by Archimede Fusillo, Abomination by Robert Swindells, and Chain of Hearts by Maureen McCarthy. For more information on these or other releases in our extensive range of unabridged audiobooks, please visit our website at www.bolinda.com or write to the address on the cover, or call 03 9338 0666 or toll free 1800 335 364.